are here?
Because I'm sure
it was
you
a
heard.
crappy weekend.
In Bogota, Colombia.
It's a really crappy weekend.
The drummer.
Oliver Taylor Hawkins.
Katie, I like that song. Now they're saying that he died of cardiovascular collapse, although there were many drugs in his system at the time.
Well, his heart, opposite from the Grinch, was double the size. But what can do that is years of drug abuse can cause that to happen. He'd had some problems in the past, and they had toxicology reports that said he had several things in his system, but I don't think there's an official cause of.
They're listing it. They're listing drugs as a contributing factor to essentially a huge heart attack, and that's.
I guess he called down to the front desk and said, my chest hurts. Can you call an ambulance, please? And
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. This does not appear to be a deliberate act.
No.
Super sad, though. Just some things hit differently, and this one hit differently for me.
Just listening to that song, he was a really great drummer. I mean, he was excellent. I've never been able to kind of reconcile or figure out though why. So Dave Grohl was the drummer, and then when he decided he wanted to form his own band, or he formed his own band, Foo Fighters, after Nirvana, he stopped being a drummer.
Well, the first Foo Fighters album.
So did he drum on that?
The first Foo Fighters album. Dave just went in a studio and was messing around and played every instrument and sang on it. Yep. It was all him.
I see. He can do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he didn't think anything was going to come from it. It was just sort of a goof off for him. And then when it took off, he's like, well, I guess I better put a band together for this.
And then Taylor Hawkins had his own band. He was in Colombia with his band doing the show. I forget I read what the band is called, but I can't remember.
No, he was
there with Foo Fighters.
Oh, was he with Foo Fighters when he was in Colombia?
Yeah, because they're touring. They're coming in August to USANA.
Well, the story that I read first said Taylor Hawkins was in Colombia with his band.
Yeah.
Now I can see that could mean, but if you say his band, that means the one that means the one he fronted. Yeah. That's why I thought that. But they didn't mention Foo Fighters or any band. They just said his band.
I'm worried about Dave Grohl though, because
send him a note, Gina. Send him a little note.
In his book, multiple times in his book, he talks about how close he and Taylor are and how he's his best friend and his brother, and he doesn't know how he could do all this without him. I mean, it's not just one offhanded remark. It's repeatedly throughout the book.
I guess he's about to find out if he can do all of this without him.
I feel bad, really bad for him.
I think you ought to send him a little note. Just a little personal note. Maybe put on some lipstick and then make a lip imprint on it.
That would help.
I think I'd like it if you sent me that kind of a note. I'd go, oh, that's sweet.
with the
lip kiss on it. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Wow, that was fast.
That's pretty.
All right. Now I got to reapply.
So this, to go on to a different subject here, if we can't, do you mind? Is that okay?
No, that's fine.
Okay. I just want my wife's comment as we sat down and watched the Oscars last night, and I want to just get this comment out of the way early. So the first thing, he said, ladies and gentlemen, Venus and Serena Williams. And my wife went, oh, my God, and their breasts.
Yeah, well, as I said off the air, I wanted to talk about lots of stuff about the Oscars. Before the slap happened, I had a bunch of other things I wanted to talk about, and one of them was ladies.
There are lots of women who were wearing dresses like that.
With just like a tiny piece of fabric,
well,
just
if
like
you can
sort
pull
of
it
sitting
off,
there.
That's not a good way to put it. If you can pull it off, I don't know.
No,
they must use glue.
None of them looked good.
There's glue, isn't there? There's glue.
There's glue. There's tape.
It was almost like it's construction paper.
Yeah.
There's fasteners.
Now, I would disagree that when you say none of them looked good. Some of them did.
Tracy Ellis Ross came out, and I can tell she was self-conscious about. She's Diana Ross's daughter. She's on Blackish.
I don't know who that is.
She's on Blackish. Okay. She was holding the envelope that they were going to read the winner from, and you could tell she was holding it up in front of her chest, like, I am worried one of these is going to pop out while I'm up here, so I'm gonna.
Then you shouldn't do it. If you're uncertain about it at all, like you could pull it off, Gina, because you're a confident woman.
I would not select.
She doesn't own a dress.
Oh,
no,
that's
I
right.
don't. No, I. And Timothy Chalamet didn't even wear a shirt.
Yeah.
Didn't even bother, did he?
Didn't even bother to wear a shirt.
My wife commented on that too. She said, "What has he got on?" And I said, "No, it's what he doesn't have on that I think." And he just looks.
I'll say this: best looking male that night, Simu Liu, in that red tuxedo and no socks. I thought that he looked great.
I didn't get that far, so I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about.
Shang-Chi.
It was.
From the 10 whatchamacallits.
And as far as hosting goes,
the opening was great, I thought.
Amy Schumer was really funny.
Her opening monologue was
Very
extremely well delivered and spot on.
Yeah.
Just great.
Wanda Sykes was funny. I don't know why Regina Hall was there.
Yeah.
She was terrible.
So I did see the part where Regina Hall was doing the COVID bit, and so we have to do some tests of people who go, and then she picked good-looking men out of the audience, stars out of.
You missed the setup. You missed the setup.
No, I didn't miss the setup.
Yeah, you did, because it was earlier. She came out, and the first thing she said was, "I'm single. I'm looking for love."
I did miss that, but it didn't. But still, my wife. And then at one point, she's groping all of these guys.
Yeah, it was
weird. And my wife said, and it was funny. But my wife said, if the situations were reversed, would this fly? And I said, absolutely not. So,
and that was the ongoing thing throughout. It was she's single and looking for love. And I can get that it's a funny bit. Like, I'm going to have all the handsome single guys come up here and get a COVID test. But she didn't handle it well, and it was kind of creepy and weird.
Doing the handsy. I think it would have been just fine if she had just called them up or, and mentioned their names and done it that way. But then that handsy thing, that was just too much.
And she might have hurt Jason Momoa again.
Well, that's true. I heard he had a hernia operation.
He had surgery 2 days ago, I guess.
No.
But I just wonder why they feel like, okay, if we're going to have women host, we need 3 of them. Because you'd never have 3 men host. Why do you need 3 women hosting? What
you're trying to make this some male dominance thing out of this?
I felt it was unnecessary.
That may be, but I don't think it's because of that. I think it's just somebody decided that might be fun to do. And they were all good, so what are you bitching about?
No, I disagree. I think Amy and Wanda were good. I thought Regina was not good and superfluous.
All right, well.
Yeah,
but
she seemed uncomfortable and out of place.
And she always had to have a piece of paper with her.
What show is she on? I don't know that either.
She was on the Not White Lotus show.
What?
The one where they were at the hotel. The Nicole Kidman was the guru, and
9 Strangers or something.
Yeah, 9 Perfect Strangers.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess By the way, we'd like to apologize for the political nature of the previous conversation.
Yeah.
I know it goes a little too far sometimes. I'm sorry. So now we ought to probably get to the official opening of the show.
Sure.
All right. Check-ins, you want to try that? If you're under 50, give us a call. 877-602-9696. That's the number. Call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. We like to hear from you in the morning. And if you're over 50, lie and put one of your children on the phone, okay? 877-602-9696. We like to hear from you in the morning. We'll give a Radio from Hell tote bag to a lucky random checker-inner at 877-602-9696.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing.
It's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. Right. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the... Now, they say...
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be. But it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's the...
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause.
That tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? He tried to one cheek sneak?
One cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up.
I apologize for the political nature of that drop.
That's okay.
All right. Let's get this over with, 6:20.
Yes, we'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. You can text a check-in if you'd like at 33986. But if you're a caller, there's a good chance you'll get a Radio from Hell tote bag just by calling in and saying good morning. So let's have at it, shall we, Gina?
The Young Automotive Group is locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today and check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The moon is a waning crescent moon. It's now just 16.1% of full. The moon will set today at 3:59 p.m. Today being Monday, it's the 28th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the morning show that dares to ask the question, huh? We're Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our fine producer in the studio. She's there keeping us on track and keeping us honest. Miriam and Cameron Diaz are also in the booth helping run the show. It is National Food on a Stick Day. There's no getting around it. Food on a stick is fun, it says here. So the next time you're out camping and you cook your weenie at the end of a stick, you found, at the end of a stick that you found, you know you're in good company because people like food on a stick, okay? and it's Lady Gaga's birthday today.
Yeah, in other times we would have opened with that. And God bless Lady Gaga.
She was so nice to Liza Minnelli.
I missed that.
Oh,
she said to Liza,
Carrie,
"Don't worry, I've got you.
I got you." And Liza Minnelli looked like she was 2 feet tall. She's in a
tiny
wheelchair.
Yeah.
And then she shrunk. Mm-hmm. And she came out with Lady Gaga, and Lady Gaga's patting her hand. I got you. It was so sweet.
All right, let's go to check-in, shall we? 877-602-9696.
All right. Let's go to Saul. Hi,
Saul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing? Love the show.
Thank you, Saul.
Are you sure?
I do. I really like Bill mostly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Everybody has their favorite. I'm happy to be somebody's favorite.
And that's why I like you so much, because you're grumpily happy.
Saul, could I ask you, how long have you been listening to the Radio from Hell show?
Well, on and off since high school, so 10, 15 years,
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for sticking with it on and off. Maybe you should do a little more on rather than any off.
Hey, I just switched to the graveyard shift. Now I get to listen to you guys on my way home. Pretty dope.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, would you like a tote bag?
I'd love a tote bag. I like to go green.
What is it that you do for a living at the graveyard?
Oh, I do security for our biggest employee of the state. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so you can use the tote bag when you're done work. You can take your gun and your badge off and put them in a tote bag and take them to the car.
Yeah.
Right.
No guns. All verbal de-escalation tactics. We just did a whole course about it. It's good times.
You have to talk the bad guys down.
If only you'd have been there.
Yeah, we do.
If only you'd have been there for Will Smith.
Oh, no, I would have let him do it. I don't have the union backing. You got to do your best to keep the job.
That's true.
Yeah.
Saul, thanks for calling. Anything you want to add before we put you on hold?
Yeah, I think it's time to fire Danny Ainge. The Jazz have had a losing record since Ainge got on board. And now they're going to sign. Yeah, now they're going to sign Greg Monroe, a washed-up big man, to a 10-day contract, which is better than I've ever been in 10 days. But, got to get rid of Danny. It's time for him to go. Too much fun cooking in the home office.
Hothead Danny Ainge.
Yeah,
All right.
He's got to go.
All right, Saul, thanks.
Saul, we will see what very important sports has to say about that coming up.
Hold on, Saul, and we'll get some information from you so you can get a tote bag. So hang on.
Okay, thank you very much.
I hadn't thought of that. That's true, Danny Ainge.
They were fine until they brought Danny in.
Yeah.
How long has he been there?
Oh, not very long. A couple of months, I think. He's what is he? He's up in management.
He's really not. He's not really.
He's in.
It's a
Jeannie,
token.
you don't
it's
know.
a token position.
What do you mean? It's a token position.
It's a token. It's a. You're. We'd love to have you part of the organization. You're a.
How do you
favorite.
Know that?
I don't know it. I'm just.
Okay.
I'm guessing it's a token position.
I think he's probably intimately involved in the day-to-day decisions of running the team.
See, what you two are doing is very popular on sports radio.
Is it?
You both don't know what you're talking about, but you fill hours and hours of sports talk radio,
right.
And that's why it's so popular. True. And that's why it's more important than we are.
Let's see if Ed has a comment on that when he does the sports coming up.
Well, I know he'll be talking about F1 or something. There was some race car thing that happened over the weekend.
There was a race car thing.
A race car thing. I don't know what it was. Let's see. Metal Shop Mark checking in. I can't call because I'm 55.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Didn't want to hear it.
Let's see. Johnny B checking in. I'm at 11 months since quitting the hospital and still thankful to be away from it.
Good.
Let's see. Shasta here. Good morning, Lords. I'm devastated about Taylor Hawkins, and I'm also worried for Dave Grohl, whom I owe my life. All of this hits really hard. Like Gina said, the world feels a little darker somehow. If there was ever a reason to cheat during Lent, now is a good time for a glass of whiskey and large fries.
Well, we should probably address that, Bill. Because I'll cop to it.
You want me to address it right now?
I'll cop to it.
We've got a minute.
Okay, I broke my Lenten vow to not drink whiskey or anything really over the weekend. I broke my Lenten vow, and Gina broke her vow to not have French fries. And because we both experienced the same thing,
We needed it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And since I wasn't doing any of it, I just did it anyway. Yeah. Okay, all right.
So now
I needed it. Yeah.
Now that I've done it, I just consider that a cheat day because So I'm back on it, and I'm still gonna know. And I've just determined that and I drank a bunch of whiskey this weekend, a bunch, and I've determined that I feel better when I don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, you can't go too far.
I don't know how to pace myself. That's the problem.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see if we have any issues this morning so far. No, it's looking pretty good. One thing to tell you about, this is supposed to be cleared up by 6:30, so perhaps it will be an issue for 2 more minutes. Crash northbound Mountain View Corridor Highway, 90th south of West Jordan. That's the only thing UDOT's been reporting, and that actually should be just about taken care of. If you see something that needs taken care of, and friends of the program need to know about it.
Yes? There's a text one there, just popped in.
Oh, let's see.
Union Park Avenue.
Oh, okay. Thank you, whoever sent this in mere moments ago. Union Park Avenue, 7180 South. If you're heading north to get on the freeway, there may be delays. Fire trucks, ambulance blocking the road. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Very important sports coming up. Stand by for that. And we'll talk about the punch. We'll talk about it coming up.
It wasn't a punch.
Yeah.
It was a slap.
Slap, punch, assault. It was assault.
There you go.
However you want to put it. Coming up. X96.
Mass. Mass. Spell it with me now. M-A-S-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen to the boys as they cut through Temple Square on their way to JB's for the breakfast buffet. Again, the word is mass.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. It's a beautiful morning for a breakfast buffet at JB's, ain't it, LeVar?
Any morning is a beautiful morning when breakfast is all you can eat for one low price and when your best bud is buying.
Oh, what a beautiful... Wait, what? I thought it was your turn to buy.
No. I bought the last breakfast we had together down to the Circle K, remember? The chocolate milk and the Hostess pies.
Oh, right. I guess it is my turn to buy. Whew, Temple Square sure ain't as busy today as it gets during the general conference, is it?
Well, you said it.
But during conference, you sure can see that this church is the fastest growing religion in the world, huh? Of course, the Catholics are the biggest religion.
Catholics, mass? There's more of them Islamics and Hare Krishnas than there are Catholics.
I meant Christian religions. You know what a Christian is, don't you, LeVar?
Well, of course I know, LeGrand. I myself am a white angler sexton protestant. You know, a WASP.
A WASP, mass. You're a Mormon like me.
Well, sure I am, but I'm also a WASP. Look. I like fishing for whitefish, hence I'm a white angler. I'm a hit with the ladies, you know, so that's a sexton. And I ain't paid my taxes in over 20 years. I'm a tax protestant, a WASP.
Tax protestant, mass. You, my friend, are just too cheap to pay your tax.
Ow! Hey, what happened there, LeGrand? You okay?
I tripped on that crack in the sidewalk. I almost fell on my ass.
Okay, 6:33, and I think it's very important sports coming up.
Okay.
I don't know. Ed keeps texting me these non sequitur words. I don't know. No, I love you for that.
He's sometimes hard to decipher, isn't he?
Yeah, so I don't know whether it's him or Amy Donaldson. But sports will be happening very soon. And we'll get to the bottom of this Danny Ainge controversy. By God, once and for all. We'll fix it right here on the radio, just like they do on very important sports radio. All right. But what do we have before that?
Well, let's talk about the slap, shall we?
Okay.
At the Oscars. By the way, I think there were some people who thought it was staged. It definitely was not staged.
No.
It was not staged. If you don't know what happened...
Well, wait, Bill, wait. This is big news.
Okay,
it needs sponsoring. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations, Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The Los Angeles Police Department checked with Chris Rock and said, would you like to file charges against Will Smith for slapping you on stage on live television. Chris Rock said, "No, I don't want to press any charges against him," and that will be, at least for the moment, the end of it. Will Smith was on stage during the Oscars slapping Chris Rock after Chris Rock had made a joke, a really old joke, about Jada Pinkett Smith. She's totally bald. Her head is shaved, and he said, "Oh, you're looking good, Jada. What, getting ready for G.I.
Jane 2.
G.I. Jane 2?
It was a stupid
dumb joke, an old movie, a reference that, And Will Smith stood up, he was sitting right there, and strode angrily up to the stage where Chris Rock was and slapped him. And Chris Rock is like, "What? Whoa!" And he apparently wasn't really hurt. And then Will Smith went back and sat down and started yelling obscenities. "Don't you let my wife's name come out of your effing mouth." And he said that twice.
Yep.
Keep my wife's name out of your effing mouth.
Yep.
And Chris Rock's only sort of retort or comeback to that was, "Well, it's the most important event to ever happen on television, late night television."
He pulled himself together and went on with it.
Mm-hmm.
I felt really bad for Questlove.
Yeah.
Because that's the award that Chris Rock was up there to present, and that was that Summer of Soul documentary was a really big deal that they won for that, and it just you could tell that even Questlove was like, I'll have to thank people later. I can't do this now.
I have the feeling that there must be some bad blood between those two before this.
Well,
between Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Whether Chris Rock knew or not, Jada has alopecia, and her hair has been falling out. Now, she's talked about it, but whether he knew that or not,
so she just shaves her head. And she looks fine. I like the way she looks.
Yeah, she looks beautiful.
She's got a nicely shaped head.
But all throughout the Oscars, always, whoever is on stage, especially professional comedians, they pick at the celebrities, particularly the ones that are in the front row there. And it happened. Amy Schumer said some mean stuff. Wanda Sykes said some mean stuff about people.
But if Chris knew about that, that's an Essie thing to do. Also, because he made that documentary about black women's hair.
Yeah.
I don't know. If I remember correctly,
yes, Katie.
Chris Rock did know about the alopecia. Also, when he hosted the Oscars back in 2016, he also made a stab at Jada about protesting the Oscars.
That's
and
right,
so I think it's been an ongoing situation, and Will might just be tired of it.
That year that Chris Rock hosted the Oscars, she stayed away because of underrepresentation of people of color, and she's I'm not coming to the Oscars.
But you don't. Here's the thing. Will laughed at it at first.
Yeah.
And then he looked over at Jada, who was pissed.
Oh, he said... She said, "You get up there and take care of him."
Well, I don't know if she said anything, but I think he looked at her and went, "Oh, crap." But you don't get up and hit. What?
Stupid. And then
all
right, we've gone over it. Let's just say what happened after that.
That's what I was getting at. When he won for the Oscar, perhaps that was a place.
Best Actor. He won Best Actor.
Perhaps that was a place. He addressed it in a weird, rambling.
He cried.
But was he drunk? He made no sense. He talked about, "I'm here for love and God has a plan for me." You're here for love and you pop up out of your seat and hit somebody. It all just hit really,
I'm
really
sure he felt
odd.
really, at this point, he's feeling really terrible and dumb about
Well, this is now what he will be known for pretty much the rest of his career.
Yep.
He's the guy who hit Chris Rock, And he shouldn't have,
We apologize for this political nature of this conversation. Now let's get to some other stuff here. The Utah Department of Health is continuing its effort to catch up on reporting COVID-19 deaths in the state, adding 22 more to the death toll on Friday. 16 of those deaths occurred before the 25th. And the FDA is expected to okay additional COVID-19 booster shots for adults over the age of 50 next week. Whether or not you have a pre-existing condition or you're immunocompromised, that doesn't matter. If you're over 50, it looks like you'll be able and you should get a second booster shot. Oh, and Spencer Cox, he said, we're going to start treating COVID like the flu. So you can, government-wise, oh, wait a minute, this is going to get a little political. So if you can treat COVID like the flu, if you are a politician. If you are a healthcare professional, maybe you would have a different take on that. I think you might. So there's that. Let's talk about Ukraine briefly. Oh, I guess that's political too, but it is in the news. Ukraine is entering a new round of peace talks with Russia this week, and Ukrainian, excuse me, my it's acting up here. There it is. And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he will accept a neutral, non-nuclear status for his country in order to reach an agreement with the Soviets. With Russia. However, he said any decision would be put to a vote among the Ukrainian people, and the country's sovereignty is not in question. We won't give that up, he said. Russian missile strikes continued to pummel Ukraine over the weekend, including more around the city of Mariupol, which Russia wants to capture because it is a strategic port. Ukraine's military intelligence says Russia's assault on the capital city of Kyiv has failed. And instead of capturing the government, Russian President Putin could now be aiming to cut Ukraine in two. Okay, we're taking this half. We're going to draw a line down the middle, just like they did with Korea. We're going to take this half. You guys have that half, and we'll let it go. We'll go from there.
No, then they win. Then this works. Then invading a country works. They can't let them do even that.
So we know over the weekend, and I think this is kind of political too, Governor Spencer Cox, he had vetoed the transgender legislation that the legislature had passed. They overrode his veto, and there was a lot of emotion and a lot of passion on both sides. But I want to particularly congratulate State Senator Daniel Thatcher. Now, I've met Daniel Thatcher on numerous occasions. He's a really nice guy. He's an interesting guy to talk to. He's been involved in suicide prevention a lot. And he voted to not overturn the veto. And that probably has cost him his political career.
So he has several challengers. A couple of other senators voted no. Todd Weiler voted no. But he has nobody. He's not in danger of losing his seat.
No, he never has anybody running against him.
No. Senator Thatcher, though, and there was some scary stuff, and I'm looking forward to talking to Robert Gerke about it next time we have him on, because Davis-Weber County Republicans are swinging way crazy right.
Yeah, the Davis County caucuses, and apparently they are putting up QAnon supporters. For
that's not a joke. That's not Bill just being outrageous.
No, I can do that, but
these are people that promote QAnon conspiracy theories. That's who's going to. You think the state legislature is crazy to the right now? You have no idea how bad it's going to get. It scares the hell out of me.
I'd weigh in, but I don't want people to think I know it all. So
let's talk about this a little bit, only because I received an email that was very touching, and I won't mention a name, but I got an email from a woman who sent me a link to 7 different news stories, sent me links to 7 different news stories about this, and we have mentioned this on the air before. Obstetrics and gynecology specialist Dr. David Broadbent in Utah County, Provo-Orem, has practiced there for 40 years, or close to 40 years. He's had several thousand patients. 4 women have come forward, filing lawsuits against Broadbent in 4th District Court, accusing him of sexual battery, sexual assault, negligent supervision against Mountain Star Hospitals, of which Broadbent was attached, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. And then other women now, besides the 4 who have filed suit, have come forward. And this woman who sent me an email is a friend of the program. She says, I listen to your show a lot, but I don't recall you mentioning this. Well, we have. But she said, I'm sending you all of this because I was a patient of Dr. Broadbent's when I was in college down in Utah County, and he did this to me.
Wow.
And it's about time that somebody put an end to it. And so, but I just thought it was just so, the email she sent me was just so personal. I kind of teared up a little bit when I read it. Election fraud conspiracy? No, I don't want to do that. It's too political. Let's go. More than 5,000 worlds, apparently, according to scientists, exist beyond our solar system. Scientists are just beginning to discover planets that orbited stars beyond our sun, called exoplanets. In the 1990s is when they first kind of started seeing them. Now NASA has confirmed that we know of more than 5,000 worlds outside of our solar system. It's a groundbreaking moment for the young field of exoplanet science, and experts estimate that there are likely billions of exoplanets waiting to be found, and if there are that many, there's probably people on some of them, or inhabitants on some.
It's life, Jim, but not as we know it.
For the first time, astronauts witnessed the aftermath also of a giant collision between celestial objects around a nearby star, and they say it was probably a baby planet in the making. Whoa. And I know we got to take a break here because we got sports, but Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts, Gina.
What?
Snickerdoodle
You can't just
Pop-Tarts.
offhandedly mention Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts.
I just
that
did.
requires a dedicated break.
I just did.
Entire... Right.
And it's not one of those things where you get them online. They will be available at retailers.
Oh, good.
Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Well, so still warm today, but things are a changing. It's windy, and that's blowing in a storm, which will probably hit this afternoon. And we're going to have rain for a couple of days, it looks like, and lower temperatures Tuesday into Wednesday. Best chance of rain, it looks like Tuesday into Tuesday night. But things much cooler, and then we have another chance of a storm coming through on Thursday. So much needed water on the way, it looks like. Traffic we have, let's see, that front of the program sent in that accident blocking Union Park Avenue, 7180 South. If you're heading north to get on the freeway, there might be delays. Thank you to whomever sent that in at 33986. We also have a report of traffic lights at the intersection of 36th Street and Wall Avenue in Ogden not working. Treat that area as a four-way stop. Excuse me. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right. Very important sports now, brought to you by
Tim Daly has new arrivals daily on pre-owned selection. Pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Gina, will you do us all a favor and have that looked at?
Sure.
And now, very important sports. Edward K. Brass, attorney at law, Mr. Amy Donaldson himself, here to bring you very important sports. Good morning, Mr. Brass.
Morning, sir. Mr. Jackson summed up the mind-numbing effect of sports talk radio very well this morning, except for this show.
Except for this part.
The greatest sports talk show of all time.
Yes.
Will you address the Danny Ainge situation?
I will when we get to the Jazz. I don't think it's a big deal. So welcome to the Congratulations to Nobody, the Best Picture of 2021 edition of Very Important Sports.
Nobody was Ed's pick. He wanted the Bob Odenkirk movie to win.
But it did win. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You should have watched to the end of the show.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So for Carnegie Mellon capitalist Mauricio Paez and guardian of the Santa Ana National Wildlife Refuge, Raul Montemayor, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, which was held in Bonesaw, Saudi Arabia.
Really?
The winner was...
We apologize for the political nature of our sports report.
That's a town in Saudi Arabia, so just give it a rest. Max Verstappen won from the Netherlands. He was the all-around winner last year for Red Bull. Charles Leclerc from Monaco came in second, also for Ferrari. Carlos Sainz from Spain was third for Ferrari. Sergio Paez from Mexico, Mauricio's cousin, or Perez, sorry, in Red Bull. Mercedes isn't doing too well. Lewis Hamilton, the greatest driver in F1 history, came in 10th. So Mercedes may be having problems. But in a much more interesting facet to this race, the race was nearly canceled on Saturday morning when a missile attack was launched by Yemeni rebels against an oil depot 6 miles away. So that's your sports in 2021, folks. Missile attacks on the racetrack.
Man.
In football, the international break for World Cup qualifying is going on, so there isn't much news. The U.S. men's team appears to have qualified for World Cup by finishing second in its region behind Canada. The U.S. demolished noted football power Panama 5-1 last night. They can still be eliminated if they lose by 6 goals to Costa Rica this week, and don't think that won't happen. In other World Cup qualifying news, Denmark lost to Netherlands 4-2. That's important because Christian Eriksen, Denmark midfielder who was pronounced dead on the pitch a year ago when he had a heart attack and was revived, had a pacemaker implant, came back and scored a goal in this game a year later. RSL lost to Sporting Kansas City, and Kansas City 1-0. RSL remains second in the Western Conference. They play the Colorado Rapids in Colorado this week. In a story that somehow eluded Title IX sports last week, in hockey, the Ohio State women won the national championship, defeating Minnesota Duluth 3-2.
There aren't any transgender people on that team, are there, Ed?
Not to my knowledge.
All right.
So, yeah, but they're playing in Ohio anyway, so it's okay, as long as they don't come here. In the NBA, the Jazz remain fourth in the West. They're 45-30. They're 4-6 in their last 10 games. Last night they lost to Dallas, 114-100. I don't think Danny Ainge is hurting them. He hasn't been there long enough. The Jazz have the classic small market problem. You know, they're limited in their finances. They can attract a couple superstars, but the third one to get them over the hump to a championship has always eluded them. It was true in the Stockton Malone days. Now it's true in the Gobert days.
Gina maintains that Danny Ainge doesn't do anything. It's just a figurehead position to make him feel good or something.
You know, I don't know. I mean, I thought I saw him selling hot dogs the last time I was at a game. So, you know, he's contributing in his own way. He's like the Queen of England. You know, he's a figurehead. They play the Clippers in Los Angeles on Tuesday. In the NCAA basketball, thanks to Aaron Woods for running the Very Important Sports September bracket, my bracket has sunk so low that Jacques Cousteau's grandson is searching for it at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. And, you know, I mean, I attribute some of that to picking the College of Eastern Utah as the champion. So,
that was a bad call.
I'll come back next year and try harder. With this weekend's action, the Final Four is set. Villanova beat Houston. However, junior guard Justin Moore of Villanova slipped in the final minutes of the win on a wet court and tore his Achilles tendon, so that will hurt them. Duke and Mike Krzyzewski's final season beat Arkansas, so they're one of the Final Four. Kansas beat Miami. North Carolina crushed St. Peter's, and the dreams of lovers of underdogs everywhere. St. Peter's beat number 2 Kentucky, number 7 Murray State, number 3 Purdue. Kentucky's coach has $86 million salary remaining under his contract. North Carolina's coach has $1 to $5 million per year, depending upon incentives. Shaheen Holloway, the St. Peter's coach, makes $266,000 a year. The school spends $250,000 total on basketball beyond salaries, which is the lowest in their tiny conference, the Mid-Atlantic Athletic Conference. The school's endowment, which is money that they have in assets, $37 million. Kentucky's athletic budget is $130 million more than that. And St. Peter's made it all the way to the Elite Eight. That's really quite an accomplishment.
Yeah.
In the women's bracket, North Carolina State beat Notre Dame. University of Connecticut beat Indiana. Louisville beat Tennessee. Michigan beat somebody. South Carolina beat Creighton. And Texas beat Stanford. So it's UConn versus North Carolina State, Michigan versus Louisville. And there'll be other games the day after that. The lessons to be learned are the elite programs rise to the top by the end of the tournament. Yeah. And finally, this in NCAA football, Utah's spring game is April 23rd. And Ohio State's spring game is April 16th. Tickets are on sale now. Drink responsibly and arrive early. So there's your sports.
Now, have you been to that spring game, Ed?
I have been to the spring game. The spring game is pretty incredible. So it's a practice, right?
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah,
and there will be as many as somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people turn out for that, depending upon the quality of the team that's coming back.
Yeah,
it's pretty incredible.
Yes,
and really the same turnout should happen up here. That people who supported Utah on their Rose Bowl run should go up and see the game. It's worth it. It supports them, it makes them feel loved. It connects you to your program. You really should go.
Are they selling tickets for that, or is it free here at the?
I think that's free.
Yeah,
it's always been free in the past. I mean, the tickets for the Ohio State game were like $5, but when you think about it, that's $500,000, right?
Yep.
And plus whatever they sell in concessions and things like that. So,
all right. Edward K.
so-
Brass, thank you. Do you have a sign-off that you would like to deliver today?
I don't have a sign-off I'd like to deliver today, except Danny, those hot dogs were really good.
There you go. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Take care.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Just mentioning this traffic lights out intersection of 36th Street, Wall Avenue in Ogden. Treat that as a 4-way stop. And what are you seeing out there? I don't know. You need to text me and tell me. 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boners Round 1 coming up. And maybe we'll take some phone calls. Who knows? We'll see. Coming up.
Okay.
Stand by. KXRK Provo.
Well, have you ever wondered what it's like to sneeze while you're driving 200 miles an hour in an Indy car? Have you ever wondered what?
I would think it would be like sneezing, right?
Well, but think about it. You have to close your eyes when you're driving. Just
Everything
but how far
slows
do you-
down, though. Everything slows down. I think
when you
that's
sneeze.
no. When you're driving 200 miles an hour, you're so used to it. Everything slows down.
Well, race car drivers deal with a lot of challenges that we all do. We've all, had to sneeze while we're driving. But it's harder to do when you're going 200 miles an hour. IndyCar star Alexander Rossi was recently interviewed about what it's like to sneeze while you're going 200 miles an hour. They also asked him about picking his nose. Do you have to pick your nose while you're driving 200 miles an hour?
I think with the helmet and everything, that's the last thing on your mind.
And that's what he said. He said, well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get it up there in the helmet.
The gloves, you got the stuff covering your face so that if you catch on fire, you don't die. You got the helmet, you got...
But the trick is to try to sneeze in the straightaway, he said.
Well, yeah.
'Cause
no kidding.
If you can hold it, if you can hold it till the straightaway, it's better. But yeah, he said it's scary. You close your eyes for a second, and how far you travel in just that half a second when you close your eyes, it could be disaster.
I heard Danny Sullivan, Indy race car driver, though, talking about, how many laps did they do at Indy? Is it 50 or 100 or something? I mean, they just a lot of laps.
500, the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, 500, yeah, obviously, duh. But you're going 180, 200 miles an hour for that long of a period of time. And he says everything slows down, kind of. He says, I knew where my girlfriend was sitting. And so I would look to find her every time I went by. And then I noticed she was getting very friendly with a guy sitting next to her. He said things sort of slow down, and you get used to it, and you can.
You did good, Gina. I'm proud of you. That's good.
Whoa! Hey!
All right, 7:03 right now. We got round one of your boners coming up.
You want people to call us?
Sure, I suppose.
877-602-9696. Anything you want to talk about. It's a little feature that we call...
Hello, yeah, what?
Yeah, that one.
877-602-9696.
You can talk about the Academy Awards if you like, although I bet most of you didn't watch it because nobody watches the Academy Awards anymore.
Well, you didn't need to watch it to see what happened.
Yeah.
It's all over your social medias. It's everywhere. It's all anyone is talking about.
But you can talk about anything you want. 877-602-9696. Perhaps you have a cause. Perhaps you have a business you'd like to promote.
A grape? A joke?
A grope? A grope?
A grope?
That's a cross between a joke and a gripe. Anything.
You know, we didn't mention any of the other winners or anything about the Oscars.
Yeah, Best Picture was Coda, is that right? And the Best Actor was the father in that movie.
The supporting actor.
Oh, was it supporting?
Will Smith won Best Actor.
Will Smith was Best Actor.
Yeah, that's right. For playing the Williams sisters' dad.
Which I feel bad for the Williams sisters because at the at the was it the Golden Globes when Jane Campion was inappropriate with the and like they haven't just been able to enjoy, hey, this movie about our dad won awards.
It's always about something else.
Yeah, I felt bad for him.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call.
Hello, yeah, what?
I got a little teary when Troy Kotsur, the guy from Coda won, because he came up and was signing and talking about what it's like to be a deaf actor and what
his interpreter got choked up.
Yeah, it was powerful.
Yeah.
It was. Amy Schumer did a great job. I thought her opening monologue was really funny.
Yeah, and it's interesting. She has not been around much lately. She's, been.
Well, she had a baby.
She's been getting unbabyfied. At one point, she said, "Hey, looking pretty good, aren't I, for just having had a baby?" A year ago, two years, three,
well,
maybe 3
she's
years.
got that. she's got that Life and Beth show, which I've watched a couple episodes of. Have you watched any of it? So, I know Carrie's watching that other very similar show with Bridget. I never can remember her last name. That other.
It's
Life and Stuff and Things and
here, there, and
everything,
here, there, and everything.
See, it's a terrible title. Yeah. I blame the Duplass brothers for that, but
they're the same show.
Yeah.
Which is weird because Bridget and Amy are best friends.
Right. It's the same show, and Bridget does it way better than Amy does it.
Probably.
877-602-9696. Hi,
Let's go to here. Terrence is on the phone. Hi, Terrence.
Morning.
Terrence?
Hello, yeah, what?
Good morning, folks. How are you doing?
Good. Get it off your chest, Terrence. Let's go.
So, folks and all, I'm moving today, and I don't have the ability of using my smart speaker to tell me what the weather is going to be like today. Gina, can you let me know what's going on today?
Sure. I get most of your moving done before 4 o'clock if you can, Terrence. Rain's not supposed to happen till this evening. So if you can get it all done during the day, I think you're all right.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
I can. I'm actually starting my moving process about 8 o'clock. So, and I'll be expected to be done by 4.
Perfect.
So me.
Where are you moving? To where are you moving, Terrence?
From currently Rose Park downtown, actually. So I will be, I'll be a little couple blocks away from tracks, so I won't have to use my car as much.
Nice.
So.
That is nice.
Congratulations.
Well, happy moving, Terrence.
Thank you, Terrence.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. 877-602-9696.
Hello, yeah, what?
That frees up a line. It's our Utah County line. 877-602-9696. Anything you want to talk about.
There were a bunch of tributes because there were a bunch of anniversaries. There was the anniversary of White Men Can't Jump.
Yeah, I don't. Why? Who cares? Didn't understand that.
You've got three of the stars there in the theater. You might as well do something.
They did that. They did.
So you think it was spur of the moment?
Sure.
Hey, I know what. Come here.
They did Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
they had they had Sam Jackson and Uma Thurman and John Travolta come out.
Mm-hmm.
They did whole Godfather. It was just a lot of anniversaries this year.
They've made it kind of a theme for the show.
Yeah,
I get it. I thought Woody Harrelson was very funny.
He was very funny.
And I said, who's that? Who's the guy with him? And my wife said, that's
Wesley Snipes.
That's Wesley Snipes. And I said, what? To me, it didn't look like him at all.
Well, to me, all I could do is shout, what is Wesley Snipes wearing?
Yeah, it looked terrible.
What was that outfit?
He just looks way different.
But to go back to Woody Harrelson, his funny line, that wasn't a scripted line. He came up with that, and it was so funny. He's like, I've been nominated 3 times, and this is the most I've ever taught at the Academy Awards.
Yeah.
I'm surprised people aren't weighing in on the slap. I'm really surprised, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Or maybe they got it out of their system.
Didn't Woody Harrelson say too? And I proved it. White men can jump.
Let's talk about it a little bit, because are you thinking he overreacted, or was he defending his woman and applauding him for
Will
that?
Smith?
Yeah.
Because
I think it was super inappropriate and he way overreacted.
Even if he was defending his wife, Jada, even of all of that, hold it in, Will. Maybe address it with Chris Rock after the show, but don't walk up in the middle of the Academy Awards broadcast and smack him. And I don't know, you maybe have legitimate reasons to be angry with him, and I think there's something else going on between those two. There's something else.
Well, let's see what Emily has to say. Hello, Emily.
Hello.
Good morning.
What?
Good morning.
How's everyone today?
Good. What do you got?
Great. So I just wanted to call because I have been so crushed over Taylor Hawkins' death.
Yeah.
It's like it's so tragic, that awesome people have to die, and then Trump, Putin, and them all get. I mean, Trump barely got sick from COVID. They're fine. Clarence Thomas will probably live to 120.
Well, yeah, it is too bad that Taylor Hawkins died, and he died in Bogota, Colombia. I guess they're saying it was a heart attack, probably brought on by using too many drugs. So
it's a waste.
It's really tragic.
Yeah.
I had tickets to see him in Pat Uson in August with my niece, and I bet they canceled their tour.
Yeah, I don't know what they're good. I haven't heard any official word from the band about what they do going forward.
If I sort of, and I mean, I don't know that much about Dave Grohl, but he seems like a very driven person, and I'll bet he'll say, well, we still need to find a way to do these shows, and they'll do them.
Yeah.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks for calling.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. He way overreacted. I guess this is about Will Smith, which I agree. Let's see. The Oscars are not going to play music to get people to end their speeches. They'll just send Will Smith up there from now on.
Oh, speaking of music, I thought that opening number with Beyonce and all of those.
It was really cool, yeah.
My gosh, that was... I mean, I'm just watching this going, holy mackerel. Beautifully choreographed and staged, just perfect.
And she
and
is,
I don't know her, that well, but her voice
is amazing.
Just about perfect.
She is absolutely amazing.
She's commanding. Like when she's on screen, you were staring at her, and listening to her, and
she doesn't use any effects on her voice. No tricks. No vocal like like a Mariah Carey. Too many different trills and stuff. It's just straight and pure. And man, she was good.
Oh yeah, she was amazing. Well, we'll talk more about the slap coming up here. Stand by for that. We do have boners in the next break. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see if we've got anything troubling you out there on the roads. I have traffic in Palmyra. Does anybody need that? 40th South, 25th West in Palmyra.
Palmyra, New York, or Palmyra, Utah?
No, Utah, I believe. If you see something, you can certainly text it to us, 33986, and we'll pass it along.
All right.
Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll consider in this round. Number 1. Everybody is treating this woman like she's crazy, and I don't know why. Boner candidate number 2, the teacher said it'd start affecting his grades if we're late again. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Number 2 is, that store is lucky. All he did was cut their power. And then number 3, the teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late again.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Boners Round 1. Stand by for that. ranlife.com/X96.
So if you go to ranlife.com/X96, There's a special offer there for X96 listeners. Now, you know, Ran Life is a local mortgage company, and they've recently helped clients that were tight in the monthly budget save anywhere from $300 to $1,200 on their monthly cash flow by using home equity. Home equity can help you by consolidating monthly expenses, and then you can use the money to pay off bills or remodel your house or whatever you need. It makes a huge difference for your family. I mean, there's power in this money, you know, and power in your home. It can generate money for you. So call or go to their website. That's what I would do. Go to ranlife.com/X96, request a free analysis of how Ran Life can save you money every month.
Yesterday I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located. Okay. And a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said, "Is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I'd just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
Okay, it's 7:19 right now. Time for round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day? Boner means mistake. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third coming up. And once you have heard all 3 and has decided which one is the worst, call and vote and send it forward. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
All right, here we go. Boner candidate number 1, which is everyone is treating this woman like she's crazy, and I don't know why. Since some citizens remain confused about the proper use of 911, a reminder. Do not, it says here, according to this, do not call the emergency police line 911 if you have encountered a difficulty with your chicken tenders at Kentucky Fried Chicken at KFC.
Well, now, what's
see?
the problem?
You see, on Tuesday, Lisa Castro called 911 to report that she had only got 4 pieces of chicken instead of the 8 that were supposed to be in there. Now, everybody's thinking this woman is crazy, and I don't know why. I think that's a perfectly legitimate reason to call 911. Upon arriving
an emergency.
It
is an emergency.
It was an emergency. She lives a couple of miles from the KFC, and she asked for an officer to be dispatched to the restaurant, saying she would be waiting for them in her car. Well, a cop did go to the KFC, and he explained to Ms. Castro that her chicken shortage was not a police matter. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. No charges were filed against her, so at least there was that. But everybody's treating this woman like she's crazy, and I have no idea why. It's a perfectly good use of 911. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. You know, that store's lucky that all he did was cut their power. A Florida man faces charges of vandalism and public intoxication. Really? After police say he cut the power to a liquor store that refused to sell him any liquor.
He had no choice.
This store is lucky that that's all he did.
Where was this?
It's in Florida. Oh, no, excuse me. It was in Knoxville, Tennessee. It was a Florida man.
So was there no other places to buy liquor around?
I don't know.
Apparently not.
Officers reported the electrical box was busted open. The suspect, Charles Marion Fields, was seen walking by the business a few minutes later, and they confronted him, and he finally confessed to yes. He cut the power to the. I think the liquor store is just lucky that that's the only thing he did. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. The teacher said it will start affecting his grades if we're late again.
Boner candidate number 3 coming up here in a bit. And once you've heard all 3 of the candidates, then we'll open up the phone lines and text lines and internet lines to let you vote. Coming up. What do we have before then?
Chris Wallace. I want to tell you about Chris Wallace.
Chris Wallace.
Sponsorable content.
Yes. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if it says here how many years Chris Wallace has worked for Fox News. I don't see it here. Chris is 74 now, and apparently he is declining to renew his contract with Fox as host of Fox News Sunday. His new show on CNN will start Tuesday. He said, I no longer felt comfortable with the programming at Fox. How many years?
He was there from 2003 to 2000 to now. So that's a
So
he was
18
there.
years.
He was there a
so
long time.
It took him 18 years to figure out that the programming at Fox was really not what it should be.
Wait a minute.
Wallace uttered those words matter-of-factly in between bites of a sweet green salad at his new desk inside the Washington bureau of CNN. He's joining them now. And, you know, he was always on Fox. He always did a straight ahead job of reporting, as far as I could ever tell. Now the Oscars, every year they do an in memoriam tribute,
and they get it wrong every year.
And they show a video of all the people that we've lost from show business during the year 2022. And who did they leave out this time? Bob Saget, Ed Asner, and Norm Macdonald. Now, I guess the argument is, you know, these are the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, you know, and would you say that Bob Saget was really, now, I think he was in a movie. I think he directed a movie, but he was primarily TV.
Yeah.
Ed Asner, primarily TV.
No, Ed Asner did quite a few films, but
and
so did
Norm Macdonald. Yeah.
Norm did a few movies, yeah.
Either it's just was oversight or they decided, but I think it was oversight. Although, how would you Bob Saget just died.
Those three are pretty big names.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was purposely, we decided not to include them, in my opinion.
I feel like they do this every year, so maybe they should get rid of the in memoriam.
I think they should.
Next year, the in memoriam feature should be they just show in memoriam, and then that's it.
My favorite tweet about the in memoriam. So they had Jamie Lee Curtis come out holding a puppy.
I saw that.
Talking about Betty White, and so the in memoriam happened after the slap, and somebody said this is a 30 Rock sketch of how do you distract
from an assault.
Quick, get me a puppy. Jamie Lee Curtis holding a puppy.
Yeah, it was. Let's see. This I saw another tweet about it. I can't find it right now, but yeah. All right, let's move on to other news items. There was a commercial during the Oscars to let us know that Only Murders in the Building season 2 is coming back already. That's quick, at the end of April, I believe. So for people who like that,
that's me.
I sort of didn't. I'm going to have to go back and watch a little bit of it again. I just sort of was watching it and then stopped clicking for me. I don't know why.
I enjoyed it.
I'll go back and look at it again. So coronavirus, the BA.2 symptoms. The symptoms by the way, BA.2 is very contagious, more contagious, they say, than the Omicron variant. As a study shows that 1 in 24 people in the United Kingdom currently has a case of symptomatic COVID-19. Cases are rising across all age groups in England, with worrying high increases in the older and more vulnerable age groups. And also in China, they're having more coronavirus. So that probably means we're going to have more of it here. The BA.2 subvariant is more contagious, as I said. It's caused COVID-19 cases to soar in many places. So what do we need? Well, more boosters. Yeah, more. You need a booster, or you need a vaccination and a booster, and yet another booster. Dr. Aaron Richterman, an infectious disease specialist in Philadelphia, sees patients who have been vaccinated against COVID but have not received a booster shot. Some of them are not aware that they're eligible for a booster. Others have heard about boosters but are just not interested. I just feel like I don't need one, So I feel like I don't need one. So
in my personal medical opinion.
Yeah, there's no evidence there. I just feel like I don't need one. Vaccinated but unboosted Americans are clearly open to receiving a COVID shot. You know, they do have the vaccinations. Why not get the booster? Many would benefit significantly from getting boosted. Without a booster, immunity tends to wane. With a booster, people are even more protected than they were shortly after receiving the second shot. We also need something called the Immunicom, which has been promised. What is that?
Yeah, what is
well,
it?
there are a small number of Americans who can't get vaccinated.
Okay.
Vaccination is impossible or ineffective. That group would include people who are receiving cancer treatments, people who have received certain organ transplants. Fortunately, a drug now exists that may help them. It is an injection called Evusheld, I think is how you say it, developed by AstraZeneca with help from government funding, and it appears to provide months of protection from coronavirus, and the Biden administration has now ordered enough doses for 850,000 people. So those are people who legitimately have been told by their doctors, hey, better not get the vaccine because of your condition. Also, post-infection treatments would be and probably will be very helpful. A knowledge gap is hampering the distribution of something called Paxlovid, a post-infection treatment from Pfizer. It seems to sharply reduce the chances that a COVID illness will become severe. It's most effective when prescribed shortly after symptoms begin, but a lot of Americans don't even know that it exists. Doctors are not prescribing it. The word needs to get out among the, in the medical community. Like every doctor should have some of it on hand, and when they diagnose a patient with COVID, give them this Paxlovid. It should become more widely available soon, though. Let's see. An Ogden man has confessed to killing his girlfriend in a fight over a vape cartridge.
Jeez.
According to, those are important. According to the police affidavit, Orem police officers went to a residence where 27-year-old Daniel Padilla Ang was waiting in the living room, kneeling on the ground with his hands behind his head, waiting to be arrested. He was assuming the pose.
Mm-hmm.
He had reported the incident himself to dispatch, saying, "You need to come and get me and take me in." Officers located the female victim. They attempted to help her, but she was pronounced dead at the scene. Padilla Ang was taken into custody. After being read his Miranda rights, he explained that he had been in a relationship with the victim for the past 4 months. She'd come to his house earlier that day. They were drinking, and then the victim had broken his vape cartridge. Mr. Ang Padilla said when he tried to take it from her, she hit him, after which he decided the only thing to do was kill her. Really, really weird that people react in this way to things. I have no choice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to kill her. Let's see, one more quick story. Do we have time?
Oh, you got a couple of minutes here.
Couple of minutes. I wanted to tell Gina more about the Snickerdoodle.
Oh, please. I need details.
Pop-Tarts are expanding their bakery-inspired lineup of toaster pastries.
This is the first time that they're actually bakery-inspired.
Yep.
With
the debut of Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts starting in May of this year.
Okay.
May. Put it down. I don't see you writing it down.
Sorry, May.
Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts feature a cookie pastry hybrid that combines a Snickerdoodle-flavored filling with a crunchy cinnamon sugar topping. The latest flavor will join the brand's growing lineup, which also includes, I didn't know about these either, frosted chocolate chip Pop-Tarts.
Oh.
And cookies and cream Pop-Tarts.
That's breakfast. I'll have you know. These are breakfast items.
Yeah,
Can I still just get strawberry? I mean,
I think so. These are
Brown
not breakfast.
sugar? Can we
These
get
are
the
not
brown
breakfast
sugar?
items. These are bakery-inspired toaster pastries. Okay, Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts will be available at retailers nationwide in an 8-count box.
You know, the
$3.19 for the box.
So the Pop-Tarts come in a package with 2 Pop-Tarts.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was growing up, Mary Claire would occasionally buy a box of Pop-Tarts, but there's 6 kids in the house. You were only allowed 1. You couldn't just open up a package and have 2 Pop-Tarts. You could have 1 Pop-Tart, and then you had to share the other one with someone else. And it was so freeing when I was a grown-up person, and I could go grocery shop for myself and buy Pop-Tarts. And guess what I did? 2 Pop-Tarts.
Gina, from the time you were a young person at home with your mother until now, how much weight have you gained? I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
That is irrelevant.
Okay. And
the freedom of being able to eat as many Pop-Tarts as I want.
That's one of the many perks of being adult, Gina. I stand in front of an open refrigerator all the time.
Yeah. And
nobody says it.
I drink milk out of the carton. I drink milk out of the carton. And finally this, the Oscar Statuette.
Yes.
It's worth only $1 money-wise. Why do I say that? Well, as far as the Academy Awards are concerned, the Oscar statuette is only worth $1. The 94th Academy Awards are, it says it's scheduled to take place. The statue itself is cast in bronze, finished with gold plating. It's among the most coveted awards in the film industry, but the Academy values it at only $1. Now, how could that be? Well, it's a collector's item, and some people want to sell their Oscars. They fall on hard times, or it doesn't mean that much to them, and they decide, well, I'm going to sell it. Well, there's a rule. The Academy says before you can sell it, you can do it, but you have to offer it to the Academy for $1, and they can buy it back from you for $1. Now, if it's an Oscar for an achievement in sound, they probably don't care. And you go ahead, sell it if you can. But if it was a Best Actor Academy Award, they probably would want to buy it back. All right,
Speaking of the awards that were not important awards, so they showed some pre-taped awards.
Mm-hmm.
But they tried to make it look like it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my wife said, how did they get up there so fast?
Well, and they would cut away to audience shots of super famous people that were not there when they were doing those. They made it look like, Benedict Cumberbatch was there when they gave away. No.
There were a handful of super famous people there, Jessica Chastain being one of them. She got there early to see them all because that's just the kind of person she is. She was just there to support.
All right,
anyway,
that's it.
Weather, traffic.
So today, if you're moving today like Terrence, you should be okay until late afternoon, early evening. That's when the rain is supposed to start. So get all your moving done before then. And then we have a 40% chance of showers that switches over to 90% by Tuesday. Things cool down quite a bit to 57 for a high tomorrow. Today it'll be 71, though, so we're still very, very warm. Next chance of showers after Tuesday looks like will be Thursday, so a couple chances to get some more much-needed water. Let's see. Traffic has been very light. I know there's lots of folks that are out for spring break. So maybe people are out of town and not commuting. I'm not seeing anything on the UDOT cameras. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. If you do see something, please send it in to us, and I'll pass it along. 33986 is where you do that.
Some people are out for spring break. I'm out for trouble. Here's boner candidate number 3. The teacher said it'd start affecting his grades if we were late again. A Utah father was taking his son to school, and he wanted to get his son there on time. The Utah Highway Patrol shared dash cam video showing the man's car on I-15 going at least 108 miles per hour in the express lane. According to social media, the man's 6-year-old son was in the car, and he was taking the kid to school. Utah Highway Patrol expressed concern over the man's speed and others who are who are endangering other people on the road, and the fact that there was a 6-year-old kid in the car. The dad said, we were going to be late for school. Okay. Boner candidate number 3. The teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late for school again.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, everybody's treating this woman like she's crazy, and I don't know why. She called 911, and I think rightfully so, to complain about getting shorted by KFC. There were supposed to be 8 chicken tenders in there. There were only 4. I think it was 4. Then boner candidate number 2, that store is lucky that all he did was cut their power. He was within his rights to do even more than that to that liquor store that refused to serve him any alcohol. And boner candidate number 3, the teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late again.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to be boner of the day? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. It's one way to vote, pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 28, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so, so let's go. This is round 1.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Huh? Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau. Plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not a birth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But, Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the 2 of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind-melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind-melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hanson would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hanson. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hanson get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh bucktail? What is exactly in Plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
All right, 7:46. Let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by corned beef and cabbage.
Oh, you finally did it. Your son got home then.
Yeah.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music at their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple, adults only.
I should have done 2 corned beefs, by the way, because they do shrink quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
We had Boner Canada. I haven't seen the... Oh, you know what? I haven't turned on my... Well, that's silly. I haven't turned on my texting program. So let me do that, and then I'll find out. Let's see. Do I have the results? Yes, I do. All right. So we had Boner candidate number 1, which was the teacher said it would start affecting his grades if... No, that's not it. It was everyone is treating this woman like she's crazy, and I don't know why. It's the woman calling 911 being shorted on chicken tenders. Number 2, the store is lucky that all they did was cut his power, or all he did was cut their power, the liquor store. When they wouldn't give the guy any liquor, he cut the power off to the store. They're just lucky he didn't take more drastic actions. And then Boner candidate number 3, the teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late again. All right, I have the winners here. Let's see. Pam won a Boner t-shirt for being a random Boner voter. And the winner was Boner candidate number 3. The teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late again.
All right. There's your winner for round 1. It goes forward now to Boner Fight. I don't want to bore you with all the details, so don't worry about it.
We have, Katie just sent us Boner of the Year for the first quarter candidates. I don't know how we want to address. I think maybe we should have people vote on those online, Katie. Can we do that? All right.
Mm-hmm.
So put those online. First quarter. So it's the winner from each month, January, February, March. And you can vote on those for who's the winner of first quarter. Okay? There you go. And that's all the details I'm going to give you because I don't want to bore you with that either.
Exactly.
I got a little worried because I told Terrence he'd be fine moving today until 4, and I just went to let Riley outside. It looks kind of ominous out there.
Yeah.
It's really dark and
Well,
cloudy.
then you owe Terrence some help. Terrence,
still-
call, and Gina will come and help you move.
It's still saying it's not going to start raining for a while. But.
There are some pros and cons. That way Terrence won't have the sun beating down on him.
Mm-hmm.
But the con being, I know Terrence likes to do everything with his shirt off. So it could be a problem.
Well, that'd be okay, wouldn't it?
So in the middle of watching the Oscars last night, so Muhammad's on spring break now, the 8th grader. And he's like, my friends and I, we're gonna go sleep out in my friend's backyard.
Oh, he didn't say we're going to watch the Oscars?
No.
Oh.
But one of the other friends, he lives across the street, and his mom and I were texting back and forth, like, should we pause the Oscars and go check on the boys? Because they were like camping out
in somebody's backyard.
In somebody's backyard.
Oh man, yeah, you better check on them.
Well, so we did. We're like, okay, we're gonna pause, and we're gonna just run over there real quick and check on things. So I called Muhammad when we got there, and I said, where are you guys? And he said, we're up at Foothill Village getting snacks. That's their mall rat hangout, is they go up to Dan's in Foothill Village and get snacks.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so the other mom and I are like, okay, we're going to examine the campsite here while they're gone. Make sure there's nothing here
Snoopy.
that shouldn't be.
Oh, there's a Playboy magazine.
No, it's worse than that. I'm sure they're just hanging out in front of the Hallmark store, scaring, kids, scaring, geeks going in, buying the Hallmark ornaments of, Star Wars.
So we've got our flashlights on our phone because it's dark, and so we're looking around. I'm like, yeah, we looked inside the tent. This looks okay. We start looking on
no wine bottles,
no wine, no beer cans, or and then on the ground we saw a BB gun and a aerosol can of hairspray. Now they're not like doing their hair, and it's like like they bought the cheapest hairspray can.
Is this a TikTok challenge?
Like I said, they're trying to blow up that.
Yeah,
they think if they shoot a BB gun at a hairspray can, it's going to explode.
Oh, I thought you meant that they were lighting the hairspray.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, that's why you buy the Aquanet, because it's cheap. Yeah.
So I confiscated that. Right, we'll take that home.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that could happen. If you shot a aerosol can with a BB, if you could make it explode.
I didn't want to find out.
No.
So
ask your husband. He knows. He's a scientist. Ask him. And he was also a bad boy. I know.
That's what killed Jaws. Okay.
That's true. Aquanet killed
essentially.
Jaws.
Essentially.
Yeah, but
thank God
then,
Roy Scheider had a can of hairspray.
That's true.
But so other than that, it looked okay. And then, of course, I come home and I'm watching the rest of the Oscars, and the windows are open because it was hot. And every time I hear, like, police sirens in the... I'm trying to figure out if they're headed the direction of... Like, if they're not... Okay, no, that's going the other way.
Are they headed to the mall?
Are they headed to my neighbor's backyard?
As my kids scared an old woman trying to buy a card at the Hallmark store.
I've told you that every time if I'm out driving around and I see a fire truck, if it's even heading in the general direction of my house, I'm sure my house is on fire.
Oh, of course. Yeah. So I haven't heard any reports this morning yet, so I don't think they burned anything down. But
I'm trying to think if we did bad stuff when I was sleeping out.
Here's Cement Dave. I lit a Bic lighter and a rubber band to keep the flame on. Can ignite hairspray as it explodes from the BB.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's what they were doing.
Yeah. Quite possibly.
Little monsters.
The next thing you know, they're going to have an actual flamethrower. Just think of the end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
That could be your son.
When shot, pressurized cans, in most cases, the contents will exit quickly, spinning the container around. Okay.
Maybe that's what they were doing. I don't know. They were up to no good. Yeah.
And Ivy suggests you get the iPhone police scanner app, so you can keep track of your kid.
of it.
Yeah.
Well, and make sure it's not coming. Like Bill needs it too. Make sure it's not coming to your house.
I had it on my computer for a while, the police scanner, and I found it because John Smith did it all the time, and I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting. I'll do it. It's so distracting. I couldn't stand it.
Because you got messages for everything.
Yeah. I took it off.
Yeah, and guys reminding me, and I saw that too. Jaws is wrong. Mythbusters tried it several times, and it was.
It's a movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
It's a movie.
Okay, there's one flaw in that movie.
I can't watch that thing anymore.
Just one flaw.
Now that I know that, I can't watch the movie ever again.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. We have a crash eastbound on the 201. Just after 72nd West, the vehicles are on the right shoulder, causing a little bit of slowage through that area. And that's it. Things seem to be moving pretty well. There's a little bit of slowdown coming southbound, I-15 from Murray going into West Jordan. I don't know if it's an accident or construction. I haven't had a report of an accident, but it looks like there's a little slowage through there. If you see something, you can text us 33986 and I'll pass it along. X96 presents The Offspring live at the Union Event Center April 29th. You can get more information at x96.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost will be here telling us what's on TV this week, so we can watch that. We got round two of your boners coming up. We got some geek news on the way. Stand by for all of that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Now, the copy I have here says, hey, it's almost springtime. I beg to differ. It is springtime. And pack away your snow boots. And wouldn't you like to be packing away your glasses and contact lenses, too? Hoops Vision can make that a reality for you. How great it would be to not have to worry about contact lenses when you're going through your spring allergies. Ooh, God. So Hoops can take care of all of that. You have the LASIK procedure, and your vision is improved. You don't have to wear glasses or contacts. Sometimes they improve your vision to better than 20/20, I believe.
Now, people are going on spring break probably today and listening as they're driving. Think about all the trouble that you have to go through when you travel with glasses and contacts. You don't have to do any of that.
Get $800 off right now on the procedure. Call and make your free no-obligation appointment, 877-30-LASIK, or go to hoopsvision.com.
Senior. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-I-O-R. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while head to the class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand. You remember me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building? We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on head of the class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes? God, I sure loved her.
I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She's probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar. You care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer. Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this.
All right, it's 8:01. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, CableTV.com is the place for expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for discovering the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Check out CableTV.com today.
Well, I'm sorry to report that once again I have failed in my assignment, Bill Frost. I've taped it. There's an episode of the Bigfoot Show sitting there waiting for me to look at so that I can report back to you. But some stuff happened over the weekend, and I totally forgot. This week, I promise, I'll watch it and tell you about it.
And I also failed in my assignment because, well, look, my wife was out of town all week, so I had to watch all the stuff that she doesn't want to watch. So I had to take that time.
Bill Frost,
National Geographics and things like that, right? Yeah.
If you give me an assignment, I will complete it.
Okay. Bill Frost is here to talk about what's on TV this week. He is a writer, writes a media column for Slug Magazine. You can find that at slugmag.com. He has a podcast called TV10, which he nominally talks about television. And he's in a band as well. And all of that can be found where, Mr. Frost?
At billfrost.tv.
That's correct. What have you got?
So, TV10 podcast. We just dropped our 400th episode. I know that's nothing to carry, but it's kind of a big deal for us.
Yeah, good for you guys. Good for you.
Yeah, thanks. And so this week's
picks include, you may have noticed there's a wave of kind of true crime docudramas happening, like Pam and Tommy and The Dropout and We Crashed and all those. Here's another one premiering tomorrow on Hulu called The Girl from Plainville. You might remember the
Eyebrows girl.
Yes.
What?
Exactly. The teenage girl who basically coerced her boyfriend into committing suicide via text messages a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That case. Yeah, this is stars Elle Fanning as the literal girl from Plainville, and Chloe Sevigny as the mother of the boyfriend, who was named Conrad Roy. And it's another one of those.
Did she do this because she was embarrassed? He made fun of her eyebrows or something? Is that what? I don't know what Gina was talking about when she says eyebrow girl.
She just has really distinctive eyebrows.
And now Elle Fanning has them too. If you go to x96.com, you can see the trailer. And I think it might be Gina's turn for a assignment.
Yes.
So there's a documentary on HBO and HBO Max on Tuesday. How to Survive a Pandemic, a documentary about the past 2 years.
Thank you. This is helpful. I like this assignment.
This is they started filming early 2020 as the pandemic started, and up until now.
Okay.
It's on
Too
HBO?
soon? Sure. HBO and HBO Max, yes.
Okay.
All right.
I'm on it.
And Wednesday, of course, the big one premiering this week, Moon Knight, the latest Marvel Cinematic Universe series premiering on Disney Plus, starring Oscar Isaac.
Very excited for this.
Yeah, I don't know if Carrie could explain a little more about this character. I remember reading this comic, but I don't remember much about it beyond the white suit.
I want them to see me coming. He started out as that's the origins. It started out as kind of a Batman ripoff, and it was lame, and we all laughed about it. Introduced in the comic Werewolf by Night, but then they took the character away, and then they retooled it and fixed it and made it interesting. He's a character with it's called DID, dissociative identity disorder. Now, in the comic, he has like 3 identities. It looks like in the TV show, he might just have 2 to help us keep track of it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
He has been, cursed or blessed by the Egyptian god Khonshu to be the watchover of the travelers of the night.
Okay.
It's going to be one of the weirdest things next to the multiverse stuff that Marvel has done, and I'm really I'm surprised and thrilled that they're doing it, frankly.
All right.
On Thursday, a new comedy premiering on CBS called How We Roll. It's based on the true life story of pro bowler Tom Smallwood, who was almost a middle-aged man who got laid off from his job at a car assembly line. So he decided, you know what, I'm going to become a professional bowler, and he did.
All right.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it stars Pete Holmes and Chi McBride, and
the world of professional bowling is very, very exciting
and sexy.
All I know is Kingpin. So, and I don't.
Okay.
This is a very left field comedy coming on HBO Max on Thursday, based on the life of Julia Child in the 1960s, called Julia.
Mm-hmm.
This stars Sarah Lancashire as Julia Child, and as her husband Paul Child, David Hyde Pierce.
Huh? She just adored him. He was. They both worked in the State Department in London during the war, and it was rumored that she was maybe did undercover work and spy work. She always said, "No, that's not. Oh, that's not true." But her husband was kind of involved in espionage and stuff, I think. But he's the one. She said, I wanted to learn French cooking. And he said, all right, and paid for her to go to the French cooking school in Paris.
Yeah. This is written and created by one of the writers from The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. So, they know the 60s.
Yeah, and they'll all talk fast.
I think I will find this more interesting than this Julia Child cooking competition show that we're watching right now. You know the one I'm talking about, Bill. It's where they give you challenges based on Julia Child's either life or recipe books or whatever it is, and so there's a lot of Julia Child clips throughout it. But it's just not clicking for me. But I think this sounds more interesting.
Yeah. Also premiering on Thursday on HBO Max is a movie called Moonshot, starring Lana Condor from To All the Boys and Cole Sprouse, you might know as Jughead from Riverdale. About it's a YA kind of romantic comedy about a guy who jumps aboard a shuttle to Mars because it's in the future and people do remote work on Mars. And so it's these two people who are going to reunite with their significant others on Mars.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
please.
It should be called. It should be called Mars Shot, but it's called Moonshot. They're not going to the moon.
It's Cole Sprouse from The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Please.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
And,
speaking of space shows. Do you know if they're going to renew or have another season of For All Mankind on Apple?
I think they are because it's a pretty popular show. I don't off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but I would say so. Yeah. And about this movie Moonshot, I know there's a critic out there who's going to call this an out of this world rom-com. It's not going to be me. I just want you to be on the lookout for it.
Okay.
And also on Thursday, the debut of a new cooking competition show. I'm sure you've seen the promos for it, called Rat in the Kitchen.
Yes.
What am I going to do?
Yeah, this is on TBS, starring Natasha Leggero as a host and a celebrity chef, Ludo Lefebvre. I got the name completely wrong.
All you had to say was Natasha Leggero, and I'm there.
What is the rat in the kitchen? Is there an actual rat in the kitchen?
So
not an actual rat.
No, there are like 6 contestants, and I guess the plot is one of them has been told you need to sabotage everybody's recipes.
You be the rat.
And it becomes a mystery as to who is the rat.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh. And on Friday on Netflix, Judd Apatow joins the Netflix verse with a new movie called The Bubble. It's about a group of actors filming a CGI action epic during the pandemic in a bubble. Starring people like Leslie Mann, Pedro Pascal, David Duchovny, Karen Gillan, Keegan-Michael Key, Fred Armisen. It's a big cast. And the biggest surprise about this is that it's a Judd Apatow film that is under 2 hours long.
What? I don't understand. What really is the premise here?
The premise is
basically
they're
filming a.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're filming a movie. Well, they're filming sort of an Avatar epic. They're a group of actors who suddenly there's the COVID lockdown, and they're all kind of trapped living together in a bubble.
Okay.
It's extremely meta because they filmed it during COVID lockdown, but it's about making a movie during COVID lockdown.
And so it will be the interactions of these people who are forced to be together all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. And also another movie, Richard Linklater's first movie in a long time on Netflix on Friday called Apollo 10.5. It's an animated feature about the 1969 moon landing, told from different perspectives from the astronauts and a kid watching on TV in Texas. Presumably that would be Richard Linklater himself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the voices you might recognize in this movie are Jack Black and Zachary Levi.
Okay.
Also on Friday on Apple TV Plus, a new spy thriller, British import called Slow Horses, starring Gary Oldman and Kristen Scott Thomas.
Jeez.
It's about a very obscure MI5 department where basically you get demoted once you screw up too many times. Called the Slow House.
It's where you the MI5 section that they are in is the one that you get demoted to.
Yes.
Okay, so they're the lowest of the low, apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
But they're still working. They're still working. But
yeah,
That's why Kristen Scott Thomas looks so sour. She's been demoted.
She looks sour all the time. So what's it called again?
It's called Slow Horses.
Slow Horses. I'll look at that.
On Apple TV Plus on Friday.
Okay. All right.
Also on Friday is a new series called The Outlaws on Prime Video. It's about a disparate group of criminals who are thrown together in community service. And Christopher Walken among them, who's kind of having a moment over on Severance.
Yes.
I don't know if you've been watching that, but yeah,
so good.
He's over there. Yeah, so it's about a group of criminals who work community service who are this is from Stephen Merchant, by the way, one of the bird-looking person.
Impossibly tall human being.
Yes.
I like
him
bird-looking
exactly.
person. That's a good description.
I think he's called himself that. And this is a weird combination of writers and creators. Stephen Merchant and Elgin James, who works on Mayans. And they're forced to work together because one of them gets drawn back into a life of crime. And wrapping up on Sunday, the Grammy Awards, hosted by Trevor Noah.
Oh, well, he might be good. Yeah, all right.
All right, Bill. Well,
Thank
given
you.
us a whole list of things to ignore.
I know. I'm sorry.
So thank you very much. All right. No, a couple of them sound sort of interesting. And I promise I'll watch the Bigfoot thing this week.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. And For All Mankind was renewed for season 3.
Oh, good.
Traffic, please.
Stop and go traffic, I-15 northbound out of Sandy into Murray, a 5-car incident on the left shoulder. That comes to us from a friend of the program. Thank you for that. Unusual slowdown southbound Legacy Parkway through Centerville. Traffic is coming to a stop approaching 2200 north and west Bountiful. Can't really see what is causing that, but the slowage is happening. Crash on the eastbound 201 freeway just after 72nd West traffic light. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, causing a little bit of slowing through that area. And crash northbound I-15 at milepost 299. That's I-215 in Midvale. That is off to the left shoulder. What are you seeing out there? You can text us and let us know. 33986 is where you do that, and then I will pass it along to friends of the program. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Boner candidates coming up. Here are the ones you'll consider this round. Number 1, a car accident with a predeceased victim. Boner candidate number 2, a wedding to remember. And boner candidate number 3, I understand completely how this could end in a stabbing.
Boners round 2 coming up after these. X96.
The definite.
Greetings, children. This is your old friend, the Grave Digger. Today I have a frightening little yarn that has all the ingredients needed to make you shudder. Sex, violence, lawyers, and 3 exploding human heads. This tale is called There She Blows, and we'll take you now to the law offices of Parker, Jameson, and Osborne, attorneys at law.
Mr. Parker?
Mr. Osborne.
Parker, your fly is undone.
Oh? Oh, so it is. I was just having sex with my secretary.
But Mr. Parker, that is so wrong. You're a married man.
I'm aware of that, Osborne, and I don't care. As a matter of fact, I'm going back in for seconds.
Parker, your head is getting bigger. Oh, my God. Look at all the blood.
What's all the racket in here?
Parker's head just exploded.
Good Lord, what a mess. Hey, what's Parker clutching in his still twitching hand?
That's the Bonneville specific file. He's been working overtime to make the board of directors look better in court. I believe he just finished it. Jameson, what are you doing?
Erasing Parker's name and putting mine on it. I'll take all the credit now that he's dead.
Now Jameson's head has exploded too. I'd better call for help. But first, I'm going to go through their wallets and steal all the money. They're not going to need it, and no one will ever know.
Those three really know how to get ahead, eh? Their law firm tried to expand too rapidly and suddenly went bust.
Well, in case you hadn't figured out the moral of the story, it's... if you're a lawyer and you do something bad, your head will explode. This is the old gravedigger inviting you to join me next time when our story will be called Chop Chop, Who's There? On Tales from the Grave.
Okay, it's 8:22 right now, and time for round two of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You'll decide which one you should advance from this round to go to boner fight, which we'll talk about later. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
They're gigantic. You could fit many boxes of Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts in the Radio from Hell tote bag. Katie is showing you right now at x96.com/live. Look
They
at
really
how
are big, aren't they?
Yeah,
There's no Pop-Tarts in it, though.
But you could put a lot of Pop-Tarts.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1. A car accident with a predeceased victim. Well, there was, this was in Paramus, New Jersey. There was a wreck between a van and another vehicle, a serious pileup. The odd accident happened in New Jersey. It involved 5 cars, and there was a van that was transporting a body to a funeral home. When the crash occurred, the doors of the van, back of the van, flew open, and the body went flying through the air.
Oh, man.
and landed on the side of the road. It says here that people ended up in hospital. No one was seriously injured, fortunately, but the deceased remained deceased. It was
more deceased.
So what's interesting, some people had to go to the hospital. The body suffered no injuries at all.
No life-threatening injuries?
No, just nothing.
You mean just not even any?
No, not a scratch.
No damage at all?
No, not a scratch. Not a scratch. So something to be learned there maybe from, if you want to avoid being hurt in an automobile accident.
Go limp?
Yeah, or, figure out a way to drive dead. I don't know. It's probably too difficult. Boner candidate number 1, a car accident with a predeceased victim. I'm not sure exactly why it's a boner candidate. It's just a funny story. Here's boner candidate number 2, a wedding to remember. Hours after exchanging vows, a North Carolina couple exchanged blows, according to police who found the bride in her wedding dress covered with blood.
Oh,
and
that's
the
awful.
groom, yes, it is awful, Gina, very, very awful. And the groom had injuries to his face. Police were called Sunday to the Hilton Hotel in Naples, Florida, where they encountered Stephanie Ginas in the hotel's salon room. Her wedding dress had several blood spots down the front, and the left strap of her dress was torn, said the Naples Police Department. Gina's face and chest were covered with blood, and she was crying, the cops said. Her mother told police officers that the newlywed was involved in some sort of an altercation with John Gerhard, the man she had just married a few hours earlier. She told the cops that they had quarreled about her brother while they were in the hotel room after the wedding, and the quarrel turned violent. She had a bloody nose, a busted lip, swollen eye during the altercation. Now, Mr. Gerhard, the guy who inflicted that damage, he had some damage of his own. He said, my new wife head-butted me in the face, and that caused a cut on the bridge of his nose, swelling on his face, and there was plenty of dried blood on his pants. Each of the members of the couple, each of them claimed to be the primary aggressor.
So it was my fault. No, it was my fault.
Yeah. It was one of those. I did it. No, I did it. No, I did it. They were both arrested for domestic battery, and I'm sure that they'll have a long and happy life together.
I think they should annul this and walk away.
Boner candidate number 2, a wedding to remember. We're going to be telling this story to our kids years from now. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I understand completely how this could end in a stabbing.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up here in just a bit. But before
Lady
that...
Gaga?
Oh,
for you?
Lady Gaga is certainly sponsorable content.
Well, it's her birthday today, and maybe for her birthday she can go to Clark Planetarium at the Gateway. Follow a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Liza Minnelli, I'm getting to Lady Gaga. Liza Minnelli, who won an Oscar about 50 years ago now for her performance in Cabaret, presented the award for Best Picture Sunday night with a lot of laughter and a little extra help from Lady Gaga, who eased the 76-year-old through a few rocky moments on stage. Oh, this is so exciting, Minnelli exclaimed as the two women took the stage to a huge round of applause after Jessica Chastain had won lead actress and finished her speech. You see that? Gaga asked as she walked over to where Minnelli sat in a wheelchair. The public, they love you. Minnelli laughed as Lady Gaga called her a legend and acknowledged her 1973 Oscar win for Cabaret. Then they got down to business. Throughout the night, we've seen highlights of the 10 best nominated for Picture Awards, Minnelli said. Now we're going to do something else, and we're going to tell you who it is. We're going to see who the nominees are right now, Gaga said. That's why. So she spoke, because Liza Minnelli seemed to not know what she was saying exactly. So Lady Gaga said, well, we're going to see who the nominees are right now. And Liza Minnelli went,
sweet.
oh, good. It's like
sweet.
She was like a child. It was just kind of cute. And the two exchanged, she said, I got you. And Liza Minnelli said, I know. So she was taking care of her. You know, she's the same way, Lady Gaga. I've seen her with Tony Bennett. And Tony Bennett
it's very similar to that.
Tony Bennett he's pretty much gone. He doesn't know anybody anymore, and you know, but she visits him, and she's just very tender with him. I've seen a couple of little bits of film with that. And Denzel Washington, I wish he'd won Best Actor, because his performance as Macbeth was incredible, and I would just. Even if you don't know Shakespeare or like Shakespeare, and I've said this before, if you got Apple TV, watch Macbeth with Denzel Washington. He's just he makes you understand the language. You know, he has a way of delivering it that you know exactly what's going on and what he's saying.
I got halfway through it.
You did watch it?
And you're right about Denzel and also about Frances McDormand. She does the same thing.
Yes, excellent.
I wish that the rest of the actors were like that. They just seem to be saying words. It's you know, and you know why, Carrie? It's because those two performances in particular were overpowering. It's you. Almost you almost can't stand up to that. See, that's why I watched the Kenneth Branagh ones, because he makes Shakespeare understandable, and Denzel was doing that as well, and Frances McDormand, but everyone surrounding them were just saying words like they're supposed to sound like Shakespeare.
I really like the way it was directed and set too. It's just looked great. President Biden says of Vladimir Putin, "For God's sake, this man can't remain in power." Oops.
Yeah.
Oops. Joe. They're having to walk that back. When President Biden, President Biden was a reporter yelled out, "Are you suggesting that somebody take Putin out? That we have get involved in regime change?" And he said, "No." But that's what he was saying. And
he's just saying that he shouldn't be in power.
He now says they're having to talk, walk it back and say the president's point was that Putin can't be allowed to exercise power over his neighbors in the region. He was not discussing Putin's power in Russia. He can have all the power he wants there, or regime change. That's a very touchy subject these days, regime change. Billie Eilish is now the youngest person to win an Emmy, a Grammy, and a Golden Globe for the same song. She won Best Original Song at the 2022 Oscars last night for her track "No Time to Die." Let's see, where else are we here? This I don't. There was an item in this story that was kind of unusual to me. A 2-alarm fire broke out in an Avenues neighborhood in Salt Lake. Fire started around 5:30 Sunday evening in a business located at 486th Avenue. And there was a picture of the business, and it just said like 480 on 6th or something like that as the store name. It doesn't say anywhere in here what it's a store that does what. And if anybody
maybe it's just
knows,
an empty storefront.
No, it says here that the fire was mostly contained to the attic, they said something here in the story about that they will be able to open for business. But
somebody says it's a hair salon.
Is that what it is? Okay,
is that right?
That would make sense. Yeah. Human beings, they say, could live up to 150 years. According to recent research.
No, thanks.
Speak for yourself. Scientists are racing to work out how. Harvard geniuses, biohackers, and internet billionaires are all looking for ways that human beings can crack the code on aging and live to 100. They say that if we got the mechanism to do it, now we just have to figure out how to keep rolling along so that you can do it. The human body seems programmed to shut itself down somewhere around the century mark, if it hasn't already shut itself down. But there are people who think that they can prevent the human organism from. So even if you are in great health. Usually you may make it to 100 and your health's been good, but at some point it's just like, whoops.
How can you afford that?
Exactly.
Is my question. Yeah, it's great that we can do that, but can you afford it? I can't.
Can you afford to pay what it costs to live?
I can't afford to retire.
Yeah.
Let alone for 50 years.
Yeah.
And
who's paying for this?
Yeah,
anyway?
exactly.
Wiener Schnitzel has a new twist on their fan favorite mini corn dogs. I didn't know they made mini corn dogs. Chili cheese mini corn dogs and barbecue chili cheese mini corn dogs. And I don't know if you have to. I guess you have to go to the Wiener Schnitzel to get them. I was hoping they were like frozen in a
store.
package at the store, but I think you have to go to the Wiener Schnitzel. But it might be worth the trip to get mini chili cheese corn dogs. I would say. All right.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Peyton Manning wants his retirement gifts back.
Yeah. That he gave to Tom Brady.
He gave Tom Brady a really nice bottle of wine and a really nice letter,
Apparently he was joking.
But still,
those gifts back.
I think he should. I think Tom Brady should make good on it and send it back if he hasn't consumed
retire.
the wine or just retire. The Jazz, they'll have another opportunity to lose again tomorrow at 8 p.m. against the Clippers.
Well, that's a really bad attitude.
They're sort of in a bad spot. I don't know what they need. Pep talk.
Well,
they need
some positive vibes, Gina, not, they're going to lose again tomorrow.
I'll give them positive vibes. There we go. You see that? Those are the vibes that are coming. Weather. So I promised Terrence, who's moving today, that it wouldn't rain till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I hope that holds. If it doesn't, I apologize because it's awfully cloudy out there right now, but not supposed to rain till later. 40% chance today into tonight, and then overnight tonight is 90% chance. Still going to be pretty warm today, 71 for a high, and 57 tomorrow, so we cool things off. Another chance for rain on Thursday, so a couple opportunities to get some more much-needed water. Traffic, let me refresh this so I can give you the most up-to-date information we have. Crash I-15 near the overpass to I-215 in Midvale. Vehicles are on the left shoulder. Traffic is backing up toward 90th South and Sandy. Unusual slowdowns southbound Legacy Parkway through Centerville. Traffic is coming to a stop approaching 2200 North and West Bountiful. Let's see what else we have. Crash southbound I-15, 29th Street in Ogden. And Let me check our message stream, see if anybody sent anything in there. Nope, but where you do that is texting us. If it's safe for you to text, of course, 33986. The Young Automotive Group is locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Boner candidate number 3, I understand completely how this could end in a stabbing. There was an argument between Naja Robinson and her boyfriend, who has not been named. Now, she and her boyfriend were drunk at the time, which did contribute to this, certainly. But they got into an argument, and she stabbed him in the chest. Now, he's going to survive, but so what was the argument over? This is why I understand it completely. They were arguing over a Tyler Perry movie. The claim was, her boyfriend said, I don't believe that Tyler Perry is playing both Medea and Uncle Joe. And she said, that Uncle Joe is Tyler Perry. He's playing both roles.
She's right.
She was right. He was wrong. I understand completely how this was.
Why didn't they just go to IMDb and solve it?
That takes 2 seconds.
Terry, if there's a knife next to you, it's much easier to just stab him in the chest.
I suppose.
It's boner candidate number 3.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, a car accident with a predeceased victim, human corpse flying out of a van during a multi-car pileup. There was also a horse involved in that wreck. It was a horse trailer, but the horse was okay as well. Boner candidate number 2, a wedding to remember. You get married, you and your new bride, you're in the hotel room together, and you start arguing about what a jerk her brother is.
You're no good brother.
And then it ends up with both of you being bloodied and broken. A wedding to remember. And boner candidate number 3, I understand completely how this could end up in a stabbing.
Okay, here we go. Let's get to voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. 1 or 2 or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and text that to 33986. Or you can call up the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 28, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Remember, this is only round 2. Go, vote.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but this is...
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles,
Spaniel poodle?
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles!
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but he belongs to Luba and Dome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
I have the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper, they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God though.
Yep.
Apparently there's okay, there we go. Geek News Now brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is In Kid's Shadow. Has to do with Rebecca reviewing that movie X. So you just have to wait and see. So as I'm watching the Oscars last night, I'm sitting and joking about how the special effects awards and the sound awards and all of that, there are all these superhero movies and Dune. And I'm like, Dune will win all of them because it's a book. It's not a dreaded comic book. It's a book. And I was right. So Dune won. I'm not saying it didn't deserve it. I'm just
It
making
had
an
some cool
observation.
special effects and sound.
Yeah, just making an observation. Another thing I noticed was that the Oscars decided this year to do fan favorite awards.
Okay, I am glad you are bringing this up because I don't understand.
Well, which one specifically?
All of
There,
them.
there were two, apparently.
And they were both weird.
I understand. They're trying to get people more involved.
Well, that was the idea.
Yeah.
Who voted for this? I
don't know. I can tell you who voted. Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead. And I refer to that. That's his fans I'm referring to. Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead.
Is the number one picked?
No, I was watching it, and it was let's see, what was the one that I saw? It was the Oscar Cheer Moment Award. And as I'm watching it, I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that we were doing older movies because it was the moment where Cap finally says Avengers Assemble.
Right.
In, Endgame.
Right.
I went, okay, I didn't know we were doing older movies. I thought they had to be this year.
Yeah.
Then the second one was the Spider-Man movie, No Way Home, where we get all the Spider-Man from the Spider-Verses in one shot. Yeah. And I went, okay, that makes sense.
To stand up and cheer at that moment.
Stand up and cheer at that moment. Then there was a scene from Zack Snyder's Justice League movie.
What the hell?
That
I'm
was
serious.
never in theaters.
I was so confused by that.
And what was the first one they did in that segment? Because it was not a cheer moment.
I can't
either.
remember. And then the Army of the Dead won the fan favorite award. And it's because his fans are very active on social media. And that's how this went down, is it was a social media vote. And it's like I said, I refer to his fans as Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead because they'll do anything for him.
I was genuinely confused by both of those segments. They made zero sense to me.
It took up a
'Cause
whole
like you
90
said-
seconds of the show, you know.
But like you said, they were, okay, either you do just this year, all right, that makes sense, or you do older stuff, so I'm like, okay, they'll have Karate Kid, they'll have, I can think
I didn't know that we could vote for older movies. All right.
I didn't either.
I don't know what the rules were, but anyway. Let's see now. This is, this week, of course, on Wednesday on Disney Plus, you got your premiere of Moon Knight. And here's the cover of Moon Knight when he debuted in Werewolf by Night back in the 70s.
Carrie's showing you at x96.com/live.
And I bring that up because that was his first appearance, but also because we're getting a Marvel Halloween special.
Okay.
Which, from everything I can tell, it's based around the character from Werewolf by Night. And that's where, again, it was issue number 32. The werewolf concept has recently been revamped as a new character of Native American descent. And here's the interesting part, is that the director is going to be a musical composer. Michael Giacchino, who I think won some stuff last night, will be directing the Marvel Halloween special. It's called the Untitled Halloween special. It's getting ready to shoot. it's being referred to as Werewolf by Night, but it's a Halloween special. And the reason that they're having him do it is, well, he's done some excellent work in films, but also because music plays a big part in the new Werewolf by Night storylines. So they think that having a composer there might help to move the story along.
Sure.
Show me what you got. That's my whole take. If you like the game Resident Evil, coming July 14th, Netflix has got a live-action Resident Evil series coming. It's the first time a live-action TV series based on the Resident Evil games. So if you're a fan of that, look for that. Also, here's the thing. I'm the last person watching Walking Dead still.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
My two favorite characters are Negan and Maggie.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd think this is for me specifically because they're getting a spin-off series of Negan and Maggie after the show ends this season.
Right.
I don't even care.
You're out?
You're out. Is it Negan and Maggie get married, or?
It's them on the road or something. Like I said, I'm the last person that cares, and those are my two favorite characters. And I can't.
Why don't you care then? Are you just zombied out?
I think I'm Walking Dead zombied out because, like I said, that Korean high school zombie show, cool. I'm not zombied out. I think I'm Walking Dead out.
Okay.
Anyway, well, here's something that I know Gina will be very excited about.
What's
this
that?
is just for her. I know she'll be the most excited about this. It's something that's been kicking around Hollywood for a very long time.
Oh.
What is that?
This is the Wonder Twins.
Wonder Twin powers, activate. Form of.
Okay.
Well, a live-action Wonder Twins movie
Yeah.
might actually become a reality. The writer of...
With Gleep, you gotta have Gleep.
Oh, you better have Gleep the monkey in there. The writer of Black Adam, also known as Adam Stiesel, he also wrote Due Date, Rampage, and Scoob. He has been hired to bring Zan and Jaina, not to the big screen, but to HBO Max.
Okay.
That's where a lot of DC heroes get their debuts, like your Batgirl movies coming there, Blue Beetle's going there. So it's a... Now, those who don't know, Wonder Twin powers activate turns Jaina.
I don't know.
Jaina, when they join when they bump fists,
Yeah.
Jaina turns into an animal, and Zan turns into something water related.
Like it can be ice. Like it could be like an ice ladder.
He was
Or
an
a
ice ladder.
Urinal? A urinal?
He could be a urinal. I think my favorite one was Jan said form of an eagle, and I went I'm
Yeah.
And then it was he went form of a bucket of water, and I went, huh?
I'm just going to be a bucket of water.
He's just a bucket of water. So anyway, there you go. I knew you'd be excited about that.
Thank you.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Both northbound lanes of University Avenue are being forced into the median just after 4200 North in Provo. There's traffic backed up to 37th North. Crash I-15 northbound near the overpass. That's I-215 in Midvale. Cars are on the left shoulder. Traffic is backing up toward 90th South in Sandy. Crash out into Tooele County, southbound SR-36. This is Saddleback Boulevard, Lake Point, off to the right shoulder also. Crash southbound I-15 at 29th Street in Ogden. That is on the right shoulder. And what are you seeing? You can text us 33986 and let us know what's happening out there, and I will pass it along. The Young Automotive Group is locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight on the way. And our old friend Pamela Atkinson is going to be here to talk about how we can help the homeless on the way. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
It's Best Question of the Week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like Hello, Yeah, What, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put Best Question or Meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So if
it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human, other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. Oh. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh, my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
he couldn't
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out, and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck, that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else do they end up
I went right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? That is a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him. If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were, I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of, they're plastic, but they're meant to be, you can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
what I thought.
They're red. The nose is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were, yeah.
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
Thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
you would stay home.
Police officers in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
"Clown check."
Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail.
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality, and that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All
right. I think I'm gonna. You elect me, the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
that's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around.
Oh.
All right.
That's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in. Well, because.
What an awful day that was when I looked at my Twitter feed and went, oh, things just keep happening. Bad things just keep
Tell people what it is.
happen. Taylor Hawkins, the drummer for Foo Fighters, died on March 25th. He was in Bogota, Colombia. They had just done a show there. Foo Fighters are back out on the road, and Sounds like, I mean, there hasn't been an official word yet. Sounds like he was having chest pains, called down to the front desk, said, I need emergency help. By the time help got there, they couldn't revive him. And I guess his heart is twice the size of what a normal heart should be.
Enlarged, yeah.
And there were some various substances found in his...
Not just some, 10 different drugs in his system, which they say may or may not have contributed to.
Yeah. It's dumb.
Yep. It's in true rock star fashion. But he certainly didn't want to die. He, as you pointed out, Gina, was calling the front desk saying, I'm having really bad chest pains. Could you send a doctor?
I mean, a lot of times when people have a drug problem, you do a lot of damage to your organs that you might not necessarily be aware of.
Don't I know
it? And you can, it can be a situation where I usually am able to do this much of this stuff. That I have regularly for years done this much of this stuff, and this is the reaction I expect to have when I do that. And what people don't realize is if you are doing damage over years and years, you used to be able to do this much stuff. Now you can't.
Or sometimes it is people give you certain stuff that they say is the stuff you've been using, and it isn't.
Right, right. It's just...
Just on another note, it does involve a death, so that I didn't know what this meant, and I didn't have a chance to look it up, and I want to know if you guys have ever heard this. So Madeleine Albright died last week. She was the first female Secretary of State in the history of this country, and John Huntsman commented on it, and this is what he said. For whatever reason, she took an interest in my assignments, because he was in the State Department. Where I was posted, work that I was doing, she would call and offer suggestions, always advice. And then this I didn't understand. It was like a loose shirt-sleeve relative calling and a kind of nudging me along. What is a loose shirt-sleeve relative? What does that mean? It was like, it was like a loose shirt-sleeve relative calling me. I've never heard...
Loose shirt-sleeve relative?
I've never heard anybody say anything like that. But that was what John Huntsman said.
I don't.
I see you're trying to look it up, yeah.
And nothing's coming up?
That's exactly what it says. A loose...
Yes.
Read it again.
She said she would call and offer suggestions, always advice. It was like a loose shirt-sleeve relative calling and kind of nudging me along.
Now
Does
it
mean
says
casual in some way.
It says a shirt tail. I think he said it wrong. A shirt tail cousin is another word for a distant cousin.
Maybe that.
So he probably said
Maybe
it
he
wrong.
meant that.
So it was kind of like a distant relative calling me.
Yeah,
That's the only
thing.
But even if he'd said a loose shirt tail, I would have gone, what? What does that mean? I just thought it was odd.
Well,
I
was going to say, this is just an instance where we've learned something, because every cow has a silver lining. It just, there's a chance for us to learn. So
Thank you.
Usually that stuff just, it rolls off me like water off a camel's back. But,
Won't get fooled again. That's all I...
And it's National Weed Appreciation Day.
I appreciate my weeds.
And that's what they
Dandelions out
mean. That's what they mean. Why appreciate weeds? Well, some weeds are actually beneficial for us in our ecosystem. They act as nutritious food and herbs, and some of them have medicinal value. So take this day as an opportunity to go out in your garden or your yard and appreciate weeds for the benefits they provide.
All right. Hello, Weeds.
I appreciate you, Weeds.
Well done, Weeds.
Now get out.
Keep it up.
Keep it up in my neighbor's yard, not in mine. All right. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is on the way, and Pamela Atkinson will be here soon enough. We'll talk to her. Let's see. Stockton 12 Honda.
Dependable, constant. They've been in the community for years and always do right by their customers and their employees. Stockton 12 Honda employees, there are many of them have worked there since the beginning because it's a great work atmosphere provided by Shane Parrish, the general manager, and his team. Now, at Stockton 12 Honda, they have a big inventory right now. You'll always save money and time at Stockton 12 Honda. The promise is they'll help you achieve your dream of car ownership at the best possible price. Stockton 12 Honda, easy to find, easy to get to. It's right there on Auto Mall Drive in Sandy, just south of the mall there, the Southtown Mall. Stockton 12 Honda customers never need go anywhere else. Service department is great. And they'll find you the car you want, even if it's not on their lot. Stockton 12 Honda.
I don't know how it happened, but somewhere along the line, a rumor started that I hate kids. Well, it began to reflect poorly upon this morning show. Not just me, but on this morning show and on this radio station. Yep. So in order to combat this horrible, horrible rumor that I really, really hate kids, I've decided that it's time for a public service message every Friday at this time called Just for Kids. And I do this because I'm a role model. Hi, kids. It's me, your role model, Kerry Jackson. The guy you want to grow up to be. Sorry we have to do this, but I got to talk to you about a new high that's going around. Now, on the street, they're calling it chugging the udder.
Huh?
Tipping the teat, lapping the lactate, pastures new, chasing old Bessie, or riding the White River. Yes, kids, I'm talking about this new high. Yeah. And I'm here to tell you, you should never, never try to drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour. Never do that.
Don't do that?
Now, I'm talking the vitamin D milk, not the 2% or the low fat. All right.
The strong stuff.
And it's got to be the real thing. It can't be that lactate. Don't ever drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour, okay? Now, some say that it creates a kind of euphoria, kind of like the time I drank too much Jägermeister. I mean, woo. I was messed up. Now, others say that the human body cannot possibly digest that much lactose in an hour, and it will just make you vomit. Be careful of those people, kids. Those people are called scientists. And as our president has made very clear, scientists cannot be trusted. Besides, they just want to keep this secret all to themselves. So never drink a gallon of jug in the space of an hour, because when you chase old Bessie, nobody wins. This is a message from me to you, kids. Well, it's 9:19 right now.
Tommy Lee, you want to hear about Tommy Lee?
Well, that's some
Sure.
sponsorable content coming up.
You bet it is.
All right.
And it's brought to you by demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
Tommy Lee says he's in shock over the death of his friend and fellow drummer Taylor Hawkins. Tommy Lee went on Instagram just hours after news broke of Taylor Hawkins' untimely death and shared an emotional tribute and saying, I talked to him just a few hours before he died in his hotel room. Right now, typing words has never been so difficult, Lee said. And then he swore a lot. Dude, I just talked with you a few hours ago from your hotel room in Columbia before your concert. I wish this was some dream or bad prank that we could laugh about, but it's not. You know how I feel about you and how much love you and we both know. There is no head to type it all out in the social media for others to read, he said in a disjointed way. Tommy Lee. I saw when I was watching the Oscars, the woman who played Pam Anderson,
Lily James.
Lily James was on. And I was looking at her and I'm going, how in the world did she play Pam Anderson? Because she doesn't look anything like Pam Anderson. But in the movie, she did.
Mhm.
She looked really like Pam Anderson.
There's makeup and wigs.
It's pretty incredible. I'm just going, oh my God. I never would have thought of, you know who I'm going to cast? Just Pam Anderson.
She said she never wants to play a real live person again. She's like, that's the last time I'm doing that.
I don't blame her.
But didn't we learn that's how you win your Oscars is by doing an imitation of somebody?
That's what Jessica Chastain is. Tammy Faye. That's what she wants.
I mean, I thought she was great in that performance, don't get me wrong, but it seems like that's how you win, is do an imitation of somebody.
That's a good observation, yeah. After a 2-year hiatus due to concerns about the spread of COVID, the White House Easter egg roll has been set to take place on April 18th. The egg roll is the most popular publicly attended annual event hosted by the White House, which welcomes thousands of people over the course of the day to participate in festivities on the South Lawn. It's a tradition that's been observed nearly every year since 1878. The most recent exceptions being 2020 and 2021. They're saying here it's because of the pandemic. I think it's mainly because people didn't want to be that close to Trump. I'm sorry, that was a political comment. My pay will be docked for that.
Mark that down, Bill.
My pay is going to be docked for that. I know it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what else we've got. Wanted to mention a couple of things about the election. So this is political. Utah voters are talking again now about changing their party affiliations for voting in the upcoming off-year elections. Undermining of the state's election system, the vilification of critical race theory, and the introduction of anti-transgender legislation in Utah in recent years are issues that are troubling to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And these people are Democrats mostly, but the election coming up, they are realizing more and more that their vote doesn't mean much in Utah, the Democrats.
Unless you're a Republican,
and so
you have no
people
say in what happens.
People are switching their party affiliations, which all of us did last election.
Yep.
To participate.
We're rhinos, like Carrie likes to say.
Yep,
we're rhinos.
To participate in the upcoming primary elections, Republican primaries, so we can vote in the Republican primaries.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to vote for someone who is running against Mike Lee, this is your opportunity to do it. Most voters who use the political tactic say it's a way to have a say who makes it on the November ballot in a state where Republicans dominate political races. But now switching voter registration from unaffiliated you will have a say in which Republican candidates make it on the ballot, and maybe you want more moderate ones. If it's got to be a Republican, you want more moderate ones.
Are there any?
Yes, yes, there are.
Yeah, because there's levels of crazy, Kerry.
Utahns looking to understand the future of the Republican Party in 2022. There was no better place than Farmington High School, though, on Saturday. There, candidates at the Davis County Republican Convention ran through culture war issues dominating the zeitgeist on America's political right. Railing against mandates and government overreach? You got it.
Check.
Warning about critical race theory creeping into Utah schools? You bet they talked about that. Attack on President Biden? Well, of course. There was also mention of other policy issues like rising inflation, tax cuts, and preserving Utah's increasingly scarce water resources, but those were more of a garnish, it says here, on the heaping plate of red meat being served up to delegates. Donald Trump's presidency and subsequent loss to Biden, combined with growing anger from 2 years of COVID restrictions, has reoriented the party to such a degree it's hard to believe that Senator Mitt Romney was a Republican presidential nominee just a few years ago.
And the people that are showing up to be delegates is the extreme.
Here are some of them. It tells you who they are and what they. So Steve Handy, a moderate Republican, he's out. He didn't make it through he's been in the legislature for years. I've met Steve before. He's a very nice guy, and he's reasonable and he's moderate. But who defeated him? Trevor Lee, who has embraced several right-wing issues during his campaign. On his website, he favors election audits and wants to pass heartbeat legislation that bans abortion once a heartbeat is detected. He also favors a ban on anybody with male DNA from competing on women's sports teams. Jerry Stevenson of Layton, co-chair of the legislature's top budget committee, was sent to a primary against Betty Young. Her campaign website focuses on the loss of liberties and parental rights.
Where is that?
Melissa
Parents
Garf
have
Ballard.
rights, and you have liberties.
Melissa Garf Ballard was sent to primary against Ron Mortensen. Ronald Mortensen has a history of sharing false anti-immigration rhetoric. Mortensen was nominated for a top post in the State Department by former President Donald Trump, but he was never confirmed to that post, so it didn't happen. So these are the people being elected in Davis County, or being promoted as candidates.
I would say that this show, Radio from Hell, has been trying to warn you all about this for the past 5 years, but then I would sound like a know-it-all. So I won't say that.
Yeah, you really people think you know it. You think you know it all, Kerry. I can tell.
I've been trying to warn you for 5 years, but I don't want to sound like a know-it-all. So
all right, that's that.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, the winner from round one. The teacher said it would start affecting his grades if we were late again. That was the excuse that the Utah father used when the cop stopped him for driving down I-15 at 108 miles an hour with his 6-year-old son in the car. What? We can't be late again. We're going to be late for school. Going up against number 2, I understand completely how this could end in a stabbing. An argument over a Tyler Perry movie is every reason to stab someone. So that's number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight March 28, 2022, and vote there. You probably will have to refresh your internet browser to see the box because we just put it up on the website. So Do that, click, and vote. You have only until the end of these messages, so let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
Okay, the shop sells. It's called How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was a yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-$80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts,
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
$9:34. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by corned beef and cabbage with carrots and potatoes and your choice.
Ooh.
Mustard sauce or horseradish sauce, or if you're really brave, both.
You did both. I bet you did.
I
both.
did.
Little of both. And do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Well, it was really not much of a contest. The winner had double the votes of the loser. Some pretty good, solid voting for both candidates.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, the winner by a long ways, Boner candidate number one, the teacher said it'll start affecting his grades if we're late again. Going down the freeway at 108 miles an hour with your 6-year-old son, that excuse don't cut it.
No. There it is, Boner of the Day for today, March 28, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That won't happen until Friday, though, so don't worry about it. Is Pamela Atkinson on the phone? Well, let's go right to her and talk to her. Hi, Pamela.
Good morning, Ms. Atkinson.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, thank you very much. Pamela Atkinson has been an advocate for homeless people here in
Homeless
Salt Lake.
Friends. They're homeless friends.
It's her homeless friends, yes. For how many years, Pamela, have you been working on this?
Oh, it's probably been over 20 years now, Bill. I've really stopped counting because I just enjoy it so much.
And now, just a couple of quick statistics I have here that somebody sent me. Each night, around 3,500 individuals in Utah are experiencing homelessness. All of the state's efforts are targeted to helping getting them into houses and provide supportive services to keep them housed. But it seems to me that I'm seeing more and more people on the street. Is that perception accurate, Pamela?
Probably so, Bill. We have, a large number are sheltered in Salt Lake and in other areas throughout the state. But we seem to have an increasing number of unsheltered homeless people. And we have several outreach teams, like with Volunteers for America, etc., and they seek out people, and sometimes we can bring them into emergency shelter. Sometimes we can do rapid rehousing, particularly if it's a family or females. But there are people with mental illness and with drug addiction who do not want to come in. But I have to say, I'm immensely proud of our providers. And, some people said to me, Pamela, you're involved in housing these Afghan refugees. What about all the homeless? And the last time I checked, in the last 3-month period, the shelters and the resource centers and the outreach team, they had housed 369 homeless people in their own apartments. And, I think that's a tremendous achievement.
Yes. And I know that the city and the county are working. They'd really like to have that tiny home community for people to have their own homes. Are you supportive of that?
Oh, absolutely. And, there's a great deal of alternative housing. It's just not these villages with the tiny homes.
Mm-hmm.
It's other kinds of housing. There are some people who just want a room like 700 square feet and sharing a bathroom and shower. And they say,
Pamela, you still there?
Oh, did we lose her?
Oh, is she gone?
Oh, no.
Don't know what happened there.
Well, damn.
Well, let me tell you, there is the Pamela Atkinson Homeless Trust Fund, and that's a way you can help.
Yeah, we talk about this every year at this time because on your when you file your taxes, there's a line right on your tax form where you can donate right on your
to
filing.
the Pamela Atkinson Homeless Trust Fund. It's on your tax return, your Utah state tax return. You can also make donations online, jobs.utah.gov/HTF. Volunteer. You can volunteer time, and if you don't have the money, volunteer time at the Road Home, Volunteers of America, or Catholic Services. Also up in Ogden, the Lantern House. There are a lot of organizations helping, but again, donate to the Pamela Atkinson Homeless Trust Fund on your Utah state tax form. Katie, would you let Pamela know that we're sorry? We don't know what happened there.
Am I on now?
Oh, you're back. What happened there?
Yes.
Don't know
I
what
just
happened.
thought you did a wonderful job with all those stats. And if I may just add one thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
A number of people, including myself, say, I feel so guilty about Ukraine, and I sent some money, but I still feel I want to do more. And I'm gently reminding people that I'm delighted that they're donating to the Ukraine cause, but don't feel guilty. Give to the Pamela Atkinson Homeless Trust Fund that will help people get off the streets and into their own housing. Remembering, if you give $3, that $3 amongst everybody else in Utah, if they gave, that would add up to perhaps $1 million to help people get out of homelessness. Isn't that a wonderful feeling? To be able
And
to do
that's
that?
amazing. So just whatever you think you can on your tax form, you'll see it there. The Pamela Atkinson Homeless Trust Fund. Donate there, or if maybe you're one of those lucky people who don't have to file taxes, go to jobs.utah.gov/HTF, and you can donate there. Pamela, I'm glad you got back on with us quickly, and have a
Yes.
yeah, good. You one more thing you wanted to add?
No, I just think people have a chance to make a difference just by giving a few dollars. And if people want to add those extra zeros to the amount that they're giving, our homeless friends will thank you tremendously.
Thank you.
And just a couple of quick things here. If you have someone prepare your taxes, make sure you remind them that you want to do that, because they may just assume that you don't want to donate to any of the charities that are listed. So remind them that you want to do that. And secondly, here's a text. I went through a tough time and was homeless a couple of years ago, and Pamela made me feel like a normal person when no one else would.
Aw.
Thank you, Pamela. Isn't that nice?
That's
Thank
Pamela.
you. I just care about homeless friends, and I have great love for them. They have great love for me, and they protect me, I'll tell you, when I'm out there alone. They're great people in many ways.
All right.
Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you, Pamela. I'll talk to you
Okay,
next time.
thank you so much.
All right. We will take a break, and we'll crawl towards the exits after these X96.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. No, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No. That's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's going to take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role. Even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is going to take a lot of work, but it's really going to spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D-I-D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet, sweet pudding.
$9.47.
I read this earlier off the air to you guys, but I think this is really funny. It's that tweet about Ted Cruz. It says, so you remember Ted Cruz was at an airport in Montana, and he had to get back to Washington for the confirmation hearings for Ketanji Brown Jackson. And but he had trouble with the connection or something. They didn't have a seat, and he was trying to insist that he has a seat. And somebody heard him actually say, "Look, don't you know who I am?" So this tweet says, the funniest thing about Ted Cruz yelling, "Don't you know who I am?" at the airport is the very idea that the average person would treat him better after learning that he's Ted Cruz. Yeah, he's not a well-liked man. And that's enough political talk for today. I mean,
just a little more Oscar stuff that we didn't mention.
Okay.
Your good friend, Billie Eilish's uncle.
Yeah, Bruce.
I don't know if he was going to the Oscars or not.
I can't remember if he said he was going or not. I don't recall.
But Billy and Phineas, her brother, they performed the song from the James Bond movie, and then they won. She's now the youngest artist to win an Emmy, a Grammy, and a Golden Globe.
Yeah.
And she was just adorable. She was just so excited. And
do you like their version of that song?
Their version?
Or do you like that Bond song?
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's No Time to Die.
No Time to Die.
I actually just watched that movie finally.
Oh yeah?
Just this weekend.
Oh.
Because I like a James Bond movie, and that one I haven't gotten around to.
That was definitely a James Bond movie.
Mhm.
It had every James Bond kind of James Bondian thing. Checking all the boxes off.
My wife said, I've seen every... I liked that retrospective they did, and they did Paul McCartney's Live and Let Die, which I've forgotten. That's a pretty damn good song, too.
It is good.
But that my wife said, I've seen every damn one of those movies, and I have not seen many of them.
But did you notice on the retrospective of James Bond?
Yeah.
Heavy on the Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
Very light on the Roger Moore.
I was upset by that.
Why?
There was no Moonraker.
Why?
There was no skiing.
Roger Moore was the worst Bond. He was the worst Bond. He's the reason I stopped watching Bond.
But see, I have affection for him because those were my first Bond movies, were the Roger Moore Bond ones. The Spy Who Loved Me? Come on.
I always liked Sean Connery. And then I liked Pierce Brosnan was a good Bond.
I thought so.
Timothy Dalton was actually a pretty good Bond.
I thought they were all good Bonds.
George Lazenby.
Yeah. Roger Moore did he had his own take though. That's kind of what I liked about it. He had his own take on Bond.
What was that take though? I was never sure.
He was the least manly Bond. I'll give you that.
And it was
the
like
least manly.
And it was like he didn't care about anything. Oh well. Well, I'll step aside.
Really, I'm just here for the pithy quip.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here. Yeah.
I'll let you two fight it out.
But as they were going through that, they showed a clip of Javier Bardem.
Oh yeah.
When I think he's the best Bond villain ever.
Well, he's a great. No Country for Old Men. What a great villain. Hello, friendo.
Tom says he wasn't the worst Bond. He's just horribly British.
He's painfully British.
But have you heard the Roger Moore story though? I don't know if our listeners have heard this. This apparently happened. Roger Moore in an airport, and this was back at the time when he was James Bond at the height of popularity, right? And there was a little kid there with his father, and he says, "Dad, it's James Bond." Yeah. I'm too embarrassed to get his autograph. And his dad says, well, I'll go. And his dad goes up and says, my son's a big James Bond fan. He's an autograph. Well, of course, certainly. He signs it. Takes it back to the kid, and he goes, it's signed James Bond. What's going on? So they both go back to him, and he said, why did you sign this James Bond? He says, well... Oh, no, it was Roger Moore. I got it backwards. It says, Roger Moore, why didn't you sign it James Bond? And he goes, well, because if Spectre or anybody knew that I was here, it'd just be very dangerous. Yeah. So I signed it with an alias, Roger Moore.
And the kid believed it.
And the kid went, cool.
You're a spy. Of course you're undercover.
Roger Moore. I don't know what. It ruined the Bond franchise for me.
I thought that they were funny movies. I thought they were.
I love
Moonraker in particular.
Terrible.
Bond in space.
Just terrible. Hey, Star Wars is big. We got to do a space
That's
movie.
That's exactly what it was.
Get him up there. Yeah. But Live and Let Die was Roger Moore, and that's one of my favorite Bonds.
Isn't that the
movies.
underwater car one? Which one was underwater car?
I think it might have been. No.
I'm gonna have to go through the Bond canon and watch every single one of them now.
Live and Let Die was the.
That was Spy Who Loved Me was the
Spy Who Loved Me was Henry Grant. Yeah, I thought so. Live and Let Die was down in New Orleans. And so you had Bond interacting with all of these, southern stereotypical rednecks, especially that sheriff who was chasing him, in the boat chase thing. So it was a lot of comic relief.
Yeah, Roger Moore was comic relief. I'll give him that.
And it always did, and Bob points this out, it always made me laugh that in the movie Black Widow, there's Scarlett Johansson hiding out. And she apparently has one movie in her possession because she has the dialogue memorized, and it's Moonraker. She's sitting in a trailer, hiding out,
watching Moonraker.
and she's watching Moonraker and has the dialogue memorized.
That is a movie nerd putting that in just for
other movie nerds.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, none of the Bonds really looked like the Bond that Ian Fleming described in the books. He was, as I recall, he said he was a singularly unattractive man, not good looking, and all the Bonds were kind of good, except for Daniel Craig, good looking.
Daniel Craig is good looking.
He's not. No, he's not. He's very distinctive looking, but he's not good looking. He has a very distinctive look.
Then based on that, he's the best Bond.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
I mean, I think he's the best Bond in the movies. I couldn't speak to any of the books. I don't know.
I read a couple of books when I was in high school. A, because they had sex scenes in them, but they were just, and B, because they were easy to read. And they were trash. They were pretty much trash.
Here's how Ian Fleming described Bond's physical description.
Yeah. Okay.
Slim build, 3-inch long vertical scar on his right cheek, blue-gray eyes, a cruel mouth,
cruel mouth,
short black hair, a comma which falls across his forehead.
Not good looking.
Short black hair, a comma which crawls across his
one of those
like
curls.
a little curl.
Yeah.
A cruel mouth, though.
A cruel mouth. That's funny. Yeah. Let's see. Here's a texter. After seeing the new Batman movie, Robert Pattinson should be the new Bond. Well, it's too late. He's already Batman.
He's Batman. He can't do all that.
You know who could be the Bond, though? Timothy Chalamet. Let's have... No? Oh, come on. No? Bond. James Bond. He looked like a little boy. He looked like a little boy at the...
Well, he is a little boy.
He's 20-something, isn't he? He's certainly in his 20s. He's not.
He's Paul Atreides.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right.
He's 26.
All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, our son Kyle is back with an update on his life, followed by our Tuesday Tech Talk with Jonathan Deasing at 8 a.m.
And, gosh, we'll have room for more. Should we do some more?
Sure.
Let's do more on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Sorry we went off script there, Katie. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, my. Pluto TV is, they have dedicated channels on Pluto TV.
Uh-huh.
They're doing a dedicated 24/7 Stargate channel. Okay.
Nothing anybody needs.
Let's see. Rockers react to Taylor Hawkins' death. We covered that. Chris Rock not pressing charges. We covered that. Peyton Manning returning his gifts. Yeah, we got it. It looks like we covered everything.
All the bases?
Snubs, we covered that. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
The Snickerdoodle Pop-Tarts come out in May.
Okay, write that down.
I did.
Marcy is next.